The erstwhile paramilitary forces now became CAPFs, and they were given two distinctive roles, some for border management and some for internal security. The army, as such, has its role unchanged, which is, defending the country from external aggression, and the secondary role of IS duties and aid to civil power. And if I may say so, in spite of the RDF being raised, we are still at call and on high demand for disaster management. Next thing that comes into play, and this is all related to insurgencies and counter-terrorism as I build it up. The first tier of defense, in our case, where we have an international border, we have a line of control, we have a line of actual control, and we have a line of physical occupation, which is in Siachen. We have an undemarcated border with Tibet, which is under occupation of China. On the further east side, with Bangladesh and Myanmar, again it's porous, and we have to face ingress and infiltration of anti-national elements from there. So the first thing is border management. Now in the border management as we see it today, we've got a mix of BSF under command army, and we've got the army units which are multitasked. They have to be there for counter-infiltration. They've got to take on terrorists when they come in, because most of these guys are inserted in with support of the Pakistan army, who open fire and sort of give them whatever resistance they can to inject them into our area. And so the troops there and the deployment there has firmed in over a period of time through experience and much debate and discussion. That, I believe, is unchangeable, because we are there holding a line of defense, and we are playing our role as counter-infiltration, and we send out our ghataks and our ambushes, and all that goes on a daily basis. At the same time, even these units have got some be prepared tasks. Then further depth, in the depth, we've got the CRPF, CISF, state police forces deployed in towns and cities. The army mercifully has been kept away from there. But we are deployed in a grid manner. And in this grid deployment, it is big or large units. Large units are deployed in a grid manner along axes and along areas which need to be dominated. This has been arrived at over a period of time as possibly the best configuration of deployment. And it is these units which send out patrols for domination, for ROPs, for convoy protection, civic action, show physical presence to instill confidence amongst the local people and public, do a little bit of counter-propaganda, cyber warfare at their own level. And therefore they are required. They are good for command and control. Since they are large units, troops get to rest and refit and rotated. There is enough presence of troops to go out on operations. So there are advantages. And if I may add, if these large units act as a base for logistics and supports for small team operations and have something known as a heli-lift ability to quickly respond, pick up smaller teams and insert them into the area of operations, hit and extract, that adds to the advantage. Now, coming down to technology. In today's world, it's just not physical human presence that works. We've heard speakers in the past forums talk about AI. We know that drones and UAVs are being used. We know that Americans and the Israelis have refined and integrated AI with drones and UAVs, and also integrated these with the PGMs to neutralize and take out the target without human interference. So the same units can also act as a base for the use of drones and UAVs, and it is being done to take out anti-national elements which have been located by the use of technology which monitors cell phone communications, SAT communications, internet, and so on and so forth, to extrapolate and pinpoint the location. And then face recognition, voice recognition exposes that hostile to neutralize him or them. So this is, in my mind, the way ahead. We cannot do away with these big battalions because they are a support system, they are a base. But then again, there's a large number of disadvantages, and these have been experienced personally in J&K, Punjab, Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram, you name it. Every post is under watch. The moment there is contact or information received and a column takes off from the post, all along that axis, information is fed back to the terrorists or the ANEs through underground operatives or others. Many a time, the moment a convoy takes off, it's intercepted by a crowd throwing stones, slogans, and so on and so forth, and its movement is delayed, so it's not fast enough. And a worse situation many times is that it runs into an IED. The audience here is probably put together much more experienced and knowledgeable than me, but I'll take your attention back to Udi, where the brigade commander rushed to an encounter only to be blown up by an IED. It happens every day in Chhattisgarh and areas, Naxal areas, and others. So, big blobs with fixed avenues for exit and entries, they actually lend themselves to a little bit of damage at the hands of the ANEs and terrorists. Therefore, the combination of big blobs with something that General Dhingra is an expert in, the small lethal teams which can be inserted quickly and take out the hostiles and come back to safety. Now, how long they can sustain themselves, what kind of logistical support they require, can they operate in a covert manner or will they have to be overt? Will they be inserted through maybe a mode of skydiving for ease of understanding? Will they be inserted by helicopters? Will they be in towns and cities and use motorcycles to get to the place of interest, beating traffic and everything else? That's a call for the government and the hierarchy to take and to stand by them. A word about the morale of forces. Everyone here would have read about the incident in Nagaland, where 5 para-SF got involved in some kind of a shootout, and the entire country, including the Supreme Court, was, put to test on that. Talk of removing the Armed Forces Special Powers Act came in. So the morale of forces who are constantly deployed, constantly on edge, you don't see your enemy because he merges with the civilian population. And then you are being put to test in your parliament and in courts, it takes a hit. Therefore, to combat insurgency and terrorism, there are two very good examples in India. One is Punjab, how everything suddenly came into peace after the elections. It's the will of the people. So you have to shape the will of the people. And that you can shape through psychological warfare, propaganda, counter-propaganda, and the works, which I don't see happening, with India and Pakistan across the border. So my take is big units are a given. We can't wish them away. They are needed. And they are a support for small teams to operate from. They need to be supported further by technology, as do the small teams. Because the small teams also need hard operational int. While interacting with an officer from the Sri Lankan army, I was told that they had built a network of human int. Doodwala, paperwala, post office, that letter delivery boy, courier service, bus conductors. All these chaps were somehow molded and incorporated in the int gathering plan. The other advantage that the Sri Lankans had, regardless of the fact that there was this, a Tamil-Sri Lanka, Sinhalese divide, they looked alike. They had similar customs and cultures. They dressed the same manner. In our case, we can't very easily merge in with the Kashmiri population. Perhaps we could in the Punjab area. Perhaps a certain segment can in the Naxal-prone areas. So there is this diversity also causes a challenge of covert operations, of being inserted into the adverse organization without being uncovered. So these challenges one needs to sort of tackle. At the political level, there has to be a will. And unfortunately, at the risk of being given a beating, I would say a political man is interested in his seat and in politics. So today, if somebody says go ahead and do covert operations and they misfire, they will jettison you. And that hits the morale of the forces. Tomorrow, if it succeeds, they will claim victory and use it for votes. So there is no level and sort of well set course or charter that they follow. So now that leaves it to military leadership to take a stand and support their troops in these challenging times. Next thing that we need to focus on, and we are doing it today, when I was deployed in Uri long back, we had nothing, actually nothing, only night vision binoculars, one odd telescope and things like that. So what we did, we used cable JWD and sort of, erected a fence knee high and neck high, and then took all the tinned food cans and put stones in that and hung that on with the cable. And every evening when the patrol went around the posts, they erected this little cord and came back to the post. And at night, if some chap was walking across or sneaking across the Pakistani border, he would get entangled in this cable, and those food cans would make a noise, and then our torchlights would come on and we would take on these. But today you got night vision, you got surveillance, you got seismic gadgets, you got UAVs flying and keeping track. But they also have a telling effect on the physical ability of the people who are using this. It's tiring to keep watching a screen and do that kind of a thing. But then this is the need of the hour. And if you can integrate it with a UAV and a precision-guided weapon to take that out, well, so much the better. So this is my actual take on the present situation. Big units you can't do away with. They've got multi-roles. Sometime back we read in the news that RR units were going to be replaced by CRPF. So we have those many number of boots on ground for any other task on or across the border. That's a be prepared task. With a hostile neighbor like Pakistan and a hostile neighbor like China, you have to have inbuilt reserves and forces available for be prepared tasks. So I would now request the general who's more knowledgeable in small team operations. My small team operations have been confined to Ghatak platoons, to LPs and OPs and patrols like that, like most of us here in the audience would also have experienced. But yes, the shady part of counter-terrorism and insurgency, I'll share two small incidents with you. And there are so many of them, I really don't know where to start from. An incident in Punjab where a police informer came and told me, I was doing BM. So the fellow came and told me, he said, Sahib, in so-and-so village, there's going to be a meeting of high leaders and I'm willing to guide you there. So I spoke to my commander. He said, well, you take a call, it's your job. So the responsibility was on me. And the evening before, we got the troops ready, all plans prepared. And the evening before, I called up the SHO. This was in Fatehgarh Chudiya. And I said, yeah, where is this chap of yours? So he said, sir, don't trust him. I said, he's your informer and you introduced him to me. He said, no. But last evening, he entered our armory and ran away with 4 weapons. So it's so immersed that this guy had probably colluded with the opposite side and he was all set to lead the army column into an ambush and get them sorted out. So who do you trust? Extrapolate this into J&K. Who do you trust? At the same time, I am alive today thanks to my friends and well-wishers in Nagaland. 6 ambushes, none of them succeeded. And why they didn't succeed is simply, the guy won't tell me that there is an ambush for you in so-and-so place. But he would say, beyond kilometer so-and-so, I cannot assure you your safety. So fair enough. We went out in an army truck, or jeeps and gypsies or whatever it is, and we carried civis with us, stopped a private bus, changed into civis, put all the civilians in the army truck, sat in the bus and took off and drove right through the ambush with nothing happening there. And then we intercepted messages saying that we don't know where the Faujis have gone. On other occasions, we went out in an army column, stopped the column, took off on foot, changed directions totally. So while we have to be out on the hunt, we have also to ensure that we don't become the hunted. That's a major challenge. I mean, there's no explaining the kind of alertness of mind and mental game one has to play with the adversary. Especially keeping in mind you can't see him, but he can see you, you're in uniform. So this is something which actually bothers us all, and without prudent and practical policies which turn the heads, turn the minds, win over hearts and minds, and get people on our side, it's a very difficult job for the armed forces to perform. As they say, our role is to bring back a semblance of peace and tranquility so that the civil administration can take control on that all over again. But in most such states, the civil administration and the local police is already infiltrated. So things don't really work out. And in our case, with reference to J&K and maybe some other states, a state of insecurity is used by that state and the government of that state to arm twist the center to release more funds in the garb of development. So it's actually a means of blackmailing the central government to extract more funds, and where those funds go, I don't know. Go to Srinagar, you will not see a single dilapidated house. All the rooftops are painted nice and bright, the houses are nice and big, neat, clean gardens. It's a wonderland. Yet you go into certain areas where political interests or whatever it is, and our friends from across, and you don't know at what time and in how much time there would be a crowd which stops your convoy and starts pelting you with stones. Now in that kind of a scenario, can a small team survive clandestinely? Or will that small team have to be inserted in their formal dress and so on and so forth? I think the best man to address that is the man from Special Forces.
I think that was a very detailed and exquisite explanation of how the big battalions or the large forces are able to sanitize the environment and make sure that the forces have the upper hand and are able to achieve the aims, that the military sets for itself. Brigadier Sharma rightly brought out that the military can take it up to a certain point, and thereafter it is the political resolve that has to take the center stage and come up with the solution to the larger, bigger problem. We have realized that attrition warfare, it does not help as far as counter-insurgency operations are concerned. Wherever you have mass, you have a large force, your successes get limited simply because of, you're not able to achieve surprise. To achieve surprise, the single most important factor is either you melt into the crowd, become one of them, be a part of them, and gain their confidence, get the kind of hard intelligence that you need to execute operations, or depend on some special teams which really specialize in covert operations. Now, our special forces, we really took our time in evolving and developing this particular caliber. It does not come easily. Cultural orientation is very difficult. Simply because we do not belong to that area, that region. But, with a sprinkling of representatives from that area, we were able to develop and build upon covert teams which could really pass off as good as the locals. And, I found that intelligence is more of generation than collection. You actually have to generate intelligence, for which you have to move out, you have to go out, you have to go out into the population, you have to mingle with them. That is something which is done better by small teams. Once they have kind of trained themselves, got this background, they can merge, they speak the language, they simulate the mannerisms. You are able to, then gain their confidence, and that is how we are able to neutralize the top leadership. Again, the small teams are, basically tasked to address the leadership. This is the most important facet of any insurgency movement, where if you are able to, address the leadership, by and large, the movement comes under control. We saw that in Sri Lanka, in Op Pavan, where IPKF spent a larger part of its time in trying to search for Prabhakaran. Ultimately, even the Sri Lankan army was able to finally quell the insurgency when they were able to corner and kill Prabhakaran. That was, really where the tables turned. And it's a live example where, we also participated and learned that the top leadership is something which, actually reinforces, dictates, shows the way for any insurgent movement. So the special teams are, really geared for this kind of intelligence generation. And finally, I would like to say that it's a cardinal principle for the special forces, just as, quality is better than quantity. They need supporting bases to operate from, because they are very small and they really can't be self-sufficient in everything. So, using the Rashtriya Rifles or the infantry company bases, the grid system as their core base, and then springing out into, where the actions are, whether it is in the population or in the jungles or mountain hills. That is where their forte lies. So it is a happy mix of the two, where, the RR can act as the enablers, and the stealth forces, they can be the hard-hitting teams, and they can be, the spearheads in this particular movement. So with that, I think we would love to take ideas, suggestions, questions from the audience. We would like to, the floor is all yours.
Hello. Namaskar, sir. It was nice to be part of this. Sir, my question regarding insurgency or terrorism in J&K, very latest news, or we can say OSINT is there, that retired Pak army officers or Jawans are part of the infiltration troops because they are not getting support from the local boys and all that. How we can tackle that? And retired Pak army personnel, they are on their payroll, they are pensioners. How we can tackle them diplomatically also, if this is true and they are infiltrating like this? Thank you.
This was a news item. We still don't know how much, we should believe in terms of what has come out. Because I see no reason why, whether retired or serving, I mean, there have been cases of, we heard in our times even serving SSG, people infiltrating across. There's no requirement for them because, they get adequate volunteers from, the sympathizers who are willing to take forward this movement. And so there is really, not that kind of, if there is a dearth of, volunteers or people who are willing to, take up for the cause, then perhaps, that would be a very kind of a last resort or, no other solution in sight. But seeing the present situation and seeing, the kind of levels the insurgency is at, where, there are very handful of numbers and things are very much under control, I think I'm really not able to put two and two together in terms of why, they would be coming forward for this kind of an initiative.
No, really, as far as regulars from Pakistan coming across, In actuality, this has been going on to some extent for long. Whether they always come across, whether they are retired fellows or they are still in service, the motley groups from their SSG or whatever it is, the fact remains that most of the ANEs who come across from Pakistan do get support from the Pakistani army. Most of the cases, what they do is the Pakistani army posts open fire, and under cover of that fire, they insert some small team or the other into our side of the border. Okay. But then there was a treaty of peace and tranquility in the sense that both sides agreed not to fire. Now that they found difficult to manage, because then how do you insert these fellows into across the border? So they started firing again. Ultimately now sometimes they fire and insert somebody in, otherwise it's more or less quiet. After a little while, at an appropriate point, they resurface to make their presence felt. Recently in the area of Rajouri, Poonch, that side, we've heard about the encounter going on. Actually, I look at this as a desperate effort to keep such an activity alive. Because now with these two amendments made by the government as far as J&K is concerned, and the youths no longer being disenchanted by remaining part of India, they're finding this to be a better country to live in, more opportunities can be seen by them. Things within are calming down. Next, what I would like to say is that Pakistan itself is in turmoil. And they, unfortunately for them, they are not only in turmoil from within, but they are also in turmoil because of the very people they supported in Afghanistan. And thirdly, they seem to have run out of money. Okay. It's a dangerous situation for us, because any Pakistani political leader would then exploit this situation to up the ante against India. It's happened in the past also. However, all that notwithstanding, yes, there is support from the Pakistani army to a degree, not beyond that. And that's well under control actually. When I was deployed long back in J&K, I was saying I used a WD, that's a telephone wire with milk cans and all that hanging to give me early warning. Today, the kind of technology you have, looking at what's happening across, of course there are dead areas and things like that. Anything moving across the border can be picked up. My own battalion sorted out these fellows by using a UAV which was gifted by us to them. At that point of time, UAVs had not been inducted into the army, but some Israeli friend of mine gifted me a set of these, and I handed them over to the unit. And these fellows could pick up the eyeballs of terrorists who were trying to come across. So things have changed, the dynamics have changed,
That is there, sir, but state actors and non-state actors. Non-state actors, there is deniability. But in state actors, how bigger platforms like UN and diplomatically, how we can tackle it also? Can we do something for that? Please. Thank you.
Of course, that's what, we're trying to say, that, it will not take that kind of a risk where it comes out in the open in terms of, where you can draw the linkages or, backward connections to, the state as such. I mean, we know that these are all non-state actors. And as I see, as we are running short of time, my final take would be that, the kind of stalemate that is existing, people may feel that, whether it's a win or loss, but the fact that we were able to abrogate Article 370, I mean, the definitely the military was able to create those conditions where, you know, the political entity felt the confidence, where we were able to bring down the insurgency levels to that point. So the insurgent does not win if he does not lose. You know, that is his, you know, way of looking at things. And for the counter-insurgent, he does not win if he does not lose. So, you know, that's the kind of stalemate we have, but I think things are only moving upwards.
Yeah, I think, you know, I've been waiting patiently. Discretion is never the better part of valor, as I realize. Nevertheless, compliments to the panelists for, yeah, surely, so compliments. And in the VUCA and Bani world, that's the volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous, and now the brittle, anxious, non-linear and incomprehensible world, I think special forces, small units, be they be, you know, the SEALs, the Marines, our special forces have distinguished themselves. I think they have a distinct role in not just the counterinsurgency grid as an aspirational regional power. I think they have to be calibrated with the quantum, volume and the scale of operations, as also the fact that what is the reliability of the intelligence and technology insights that they get. But notwithstanding, the title was a little something that I had an issue with. It said or, and I think they are and, you know, small units or large attritional forces. They are not two sides of a coin. I think there's a hybrid in between. And contextually, I thought that would be appropriate to connect.
That, I think, is more of an observation, so it requires no response from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you, Chandigarh and Brigadier Sharma, for sharing those hair-raising experiences. Even for a layman like me, it was really, really interesting. May I now request you to please accept a token of our appreciation on behalf of the Chairman, Military Literature Festival. Yes, and on behalf of the speakers audience, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I now hand you over to my co-host Aradhika, who will take you through to the next event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our next session, which is possibly the hottest topic in the, I'm thinking, in this festival. So I would like to invite on stage Sushant Sareen and Lieutenant General K.J. Singh, and joining us online is going to be Rafi Sella. Okay, fine. So, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you the Israel-Hamas war. Will the conflict widen, and what are the diplomatic and military lessons for India? To discuss the possible implications of this brutal war on Indian military strategy are Sushant Sareen. Sushant is an obsessive Pakistan watcher and a history buff. He is a journalist, editor, author, and analyst of Pakistani affairs and terrorism. He is a senior fellow at the Delhi-based think tank Observer Research Foundation, India. Mr. Sareen is an author and prolific writer and speaker. Rafi Sela has joined us via a Zoom link, is the president of AR Challenges Limited in Israel and AR Challenges Incorporated in the USA. He has served in the Israeli Defense Forces for 18 years, where he was involved in the design and manufacture of the Merkava tank and other unique tools and equipment for Special Operation Forces. In 2010, he switched his interest to finding new sources of energy supply by reducing the use of fossil fuels. He teamed with Professor J.C. Balachandra and has been developing advanced W2E systems based on both zero waste and circular economy. Moderating the session is Lieutenant General K.J. Singh. The General is a former Western Army commander who, amongst his manifold roles and responsibilities, has served in insurgency and conflict areas. He has steered key perspective planning, capability building, HR and defense diplomacy desks in the Army headquarters. He established several security-related think tanks such as the Gyan Chakra and the Gyan Setu. He has been awarded PVSM, bar to AVSM and AVSM for distinguished service. I now hand over the session to General K.J. Singh.
Jai Hind, everybody. Can you hear me, please? Yeah. See, Chandigarh is a unique city, and thank you for all, thank you all for being here. Khushwant Singh said this is a city of hari hari jhadiyan, chitti chitti dadiyan. The green bushes, and especially for my friend Rafi, who's from Israel, it's a city flush with green bushes and graying beards, indicative of wisdom. So I take it most of you know what is happening in Palestine. I take it that way, that most of you know. So we are not going to tell you what you know. This city has got large number of universities, think tanks. It has got the biggest university, WhatsApp university also. So you know what's happening. We are trying to get to you why it is happening and how it is. So I have changed the format a bit. We are going to address certain issues. We'll go sequentially and try and cover all of them. And they are agitating your minds also. Like the first issue is obvious one. What about intelligence? The famed Israeli Mossad, Shin Bet, it all happened in open. People say that there was a plan which was confiscated, translated, it came into 40 pages, it was termed as Jericho Wall, it was analyzed by intelligence people in Israel. People also say that 3 months before this operation in July, an intelligence unit of Israel, the Signal Intelligence Unit 2800, warned that a day-long exercise has taken place exactly as per this plan. And what is unfolded on 7th of October is as per what was in that Jericho plan which was with Israelis. Then, to make it even worse, 3 days before the event or this raid, Egyptians warned Israelis. And this is not some hearsay, it has been validated by the chairman of Congressional Subcommittee on Intelligence. So obviously people were picking up all these things. And yet, till now we've been only told, somebody from Shin Bet has said, Mia Kalpa. Sorry. So, and see the timing, 50th anniversary of Yom Kippur. Just 1 day after that, on Simchat, Sabbath, it takes place. So we have two great experts here. So first I'll go to Rafi. And Rafi, not embarrassing you, take me in the role of Yasser Fateh, reporter from Palestine Times or Gaza Times, asking you that Rafi, Why did it happen? Why did you all fail in your famed intelligence? Let's hear you on this. Volume, please. Rafi, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm now not muted. Good morning or good evening, whatever it is in English.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. I'm in Scotland, where it is still very early morning, but I will try in like 5 minutes to give you a rundown of what happened, and then I'll be happy to join a discussion on whatever issues you want to cover. So if I can share the screen, you have to give me permission to share the screen.
See, it's for nothing that Israelis are called persistent people. Despite my opening narrative, he is going to push with his slides, so do bear with it. Just see. Yeah, this is an overview.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, they all can see it. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, just to give you an idea, the Palestinians are divided into two forces. The Hamas, which is a force that currently rules the Gaza Strip, and the PLO, which is on the West Bank. So that's the situation on the ground. I won't go through all the history, but actually Hamas was born out of the Muslim Brotherhood and started out as a humanitarian organization who wanted to help.
Rafi, these people know about it all. I would suggest that you quickly rush through your slides and come to answering the questions that we are trying to raise. Because you are sitting in Scotland, I have to go out, they'll start beating me. That you never got us answers.
Okay, so just run down on October 7, 1,500 to 2,000 Hamas terrorists stormed the near border communities and were killing, beheading babies, and took 219 people hostage. I will stop that, and I will answer your questions. Okay?
So the question is, why the famed intelligence of Israel, which we take as role model, as a military officer with 40 years of service, I always took Mossad and Israel as a role model. How is it that you missed all the boardings?
So first of all, since you have knowledge about what happened on Yom Kippur 50 years ago, it has happened exactly to the point again in October 7th. And the worst thing you can do in intelligence is being under a concept. And the concept was, and that's a political issue which I don't want to get into, but the concept was that Hamas will rule Gaza. We will help him do so by providing money from Qatar and giving Palestinians work in Israel and keep Hamas quiet. And that will create a semi-peaceful border between Israel and Hamas. That was a concept for over 20 years. The problem is that our intelligence forces, and that has to be, of course, investigated after the war, took the same mistake that they made 50 years ago. They worked under a concept. We knew exactly what is going to happen. The military intelligence, the Mossad, the Shin Bet, the Shabak, they all knew exactly. They had the plans in their hands, and they knew exactly. They didn't know when, but they knew exactly what Hamas was planning. And the problem is even bigger. Because of political issues, and only because of political issues, and I will one of the most sophisticated border fences and equipment in the world. Even the U.S. has come to learn how we do it in them in Mexico. The border was totally, 100% protected. They would not be able to do it ever. But a protection, a physical protection, cannot avoid a force protection. And there were a whole division was along that border station ready to deter any insurgency. The problem was that for political reason, almost the whole division was deployed somewhere else. And there were no soldiers, no commanders. There was a company of tanks defending 45 kilometers of border, and of course they couldn't do anything.
Thank you, Rafi. We will pause you here, and we'll get another expert here, and we'll give you a little heart. Don't worry, we Indians have faced similar problems in Kargil and recently in Ladakh. Our intelligence people also couldn't fathom what is going to happen. So let me get Sushant on board. And Sushant, what are the lessons we pick up? Is it inputs, assessment? Where do we go wrong?
You know, the simplest thing in the world is to blame it all on intelligence failure. Moment an incident happens, the media will go berserk, intelligence failure, Intelligence only leads you up to a point. You mentioned Kargil, sir. Both Kargil and what has happened on October 7th is not an intelligence failure, it's an intellectual failure. I say it's an intellectual failure because the Israelis had all the intelligence of what was being planned. It was an intellectual failure to understand or to anticipate that organizations like the Hamas or the Pakistan Army, which is our Hamas, because they're both para-state or state organizations in some ways, will carry out an audacious attack which we never expected. And I think that is where the real failure comes from, that when this hubris that countries have, the Americans knew about 9/11 or had some inkling about 9/11. But did anyone think that people are going to hijack planes with nothing more than box cutters and fly them into buildings? If supposing you had told somebody before 9/11 that something like this is going to happen, they would laugh at you, right?
See, Sushant.
So we fail to anticipate what a terrorist is going to do, or we think that no, he will not do it because he is a rational being, but he will do it precisely because he is a rational being.
See, Sushant, the thing is, intelligence is a cycle. There is collection of intelligence, there is collation of intelligence, there is interpretation of intelligence, there is operationalization of intelligence. So while you are right in my understanding, till the collection and the flood of data which is coming, but the most important part is to convert it, assess it, analyze it, and to make it operationally viable. So while you have all this flood of information, the acid test of it all is the ability to operationally put it down.
So, which is exactly why I said, you know, you went through the entire cycle, I went from point A to point Z immediately. And I called it an intellectual failure. And I say an intellectual failure that you never anticipated or expected or assessed that the intelligence will actually play out and that you need to take countermeasures, and you did not take the countermeasures simply because you never expected it to happen. Your intellectual assessment was that this cannot happen. They can't be that stupid that they will do something like this.
Thank you, Sushant. So we have some views on this. Now let's move to the second issue, which is obviously appraisal of defense lines and immediate response. See, in history we've seen Maginot Line, Bar-Lev Line in Israel only, Berlin Wall, all such lines, this Gaza barrier, which is the latest one to be breached, 60 kilometers long, 7 feet wall, multiple layers, tunnel proof, concretization done, sensors applied, drones flying, automated, watchtowers, all this in place. Yet, it was breached. Resource control being exercised through a single point, just Erez crossing. Even the Egyptian one coming through a monitored crossing at Karem Shalom. And to make it even worse, the reaction initially from professional angle was tardy. It wasn't so spontaneous as we expect from Israelis. And now it is coming out that there was friendly fire also by gunships. And the figures of casualties are being revised. So let's go back to Rafi again. And Rafi, for some time, will leave the politics out. You know, even I understand that nearly everybody, Biden included, wants Netanyahu out and Yahya Sinwar out. They both want that Hamas should be finished after this and somehow Bibi Netanyahu should be removed after this. But we'll not go to those points. Let's look at the fact that are these walls viable? Because see, we as military professionals always try to ape this kind of defense line. So Rafi, what do you think about this?
Sir, you are on mute, sir.
Sir, you are on mute, sir.
Sorry about that. I think that in modern times, building smart fences, complicated infrastructure is a waste of time. I think that in modern times where we have UAVs, we have satellites, we have other means that I don't want to go into from infrastructure and protection, we can protect almost any border. The problem is not protecting the border. We know exactly in Gaza, every street and every house, what's going on. This is not the problem. The problem is, what do you do when you get an alarm? And that's the major problem all over the world. How long does it take for you to respond? Who is responding? How do you build your units to be able to create small and fast response teams? And how do you mitigate an insurgency without hitting innocent people? That's the major problem. Now Israel, and I don't want to brag, but Israel probably has the most sophisticated small unit army in the world. And it can respond within, I would say, the first unit within 10 minutes. But the problem is that if you don't deploy them the way that it was planned to deploy, everybody can cross the border, even if the border is sophisticated like the border between Israel and the Palestinian authority.
So Rafi has given us a sense. Sometimes you overcomplicate your surveillance system, the thing that I pick out of it. And there is probably a need to back it up with response forces, which seem to be slow in this case. Let us go to Sushant. Sushant, you are an expert on looking at the way we are trying to guard against Pakistanis. And now Pakistan is trying to build a fence on Durand Line. What is your take on this? Should we have smart fences, more fences, less fences? What do we pick out of this?
Look, I think all fences or all border defenses are necessary conditions. They're not sufficient. And you can go back to history, go back to Hannibal, right? Who thought that Hannibal will cross the mountains and enter Rome? He did. So surprise is pulled off. And you have to be ready for that surprise. So one, you need those fences, you need those defenses, and they're very useful. But you also need to back it up with, and as Rafi is saying, what is the kind of response you have? And on October 7th, what we actually saw was, and I dare say this, but I will say it because I'm politically incorrect. It was a command and control failure for at least 6 to 8 hours. We just did not see the kind of response for a country as small as Israel, for a country as smart and as nifty and mobile as the Israeli army is, to see the response which came so late, despite all these help calls going and everything, was a little surprising for us, at least for us sitting at a distance thousands of miles away. It was very surprising how the command and control system was nonplussed. They didn't know what happened. And then even I think I will repeat the earlier point, hubris, that you had the units on the borders, they got overrun. Why did they get overrun? Because there was it was a holiday, there was a party atmosphere, and people were literally caught in their underwears. Look, we have festivals, we have this, and there are a whole lot of army officers sitting out here. I don't know when it's Diwali or Christmas or Holi that people on the borders are suddenly partying and they're saying that, okay, the Pakistanis are not going to come in. I think on those days, we are even more vigilant than we are on normal days, because we anticipate these guys doing something. So, I think the enemy Israel and us face are the same. Of course, the terrain is different. There are many things which are different, but the nature of the enemy is the same, and I think we need to understand that.
So let's go to a little political kind of issue or look at this. That this timing of Hamas raid is being now ascribed to various factors. Some people say reapproachment which was engineered by USA, Biden between Saudis and Israelis. Some people say that Al-Aqsa incident, what Hamas is trying to say. Some even say that in West Bank there was aggressive pushing back, putting in of settlements. 237 Palestinians had lost their life over the last year, which is not spoken of much. And then somewhere IMEC is also been brought in, India, Middle East Economic Corridor, and that was mentioned by even the American president as one of the possible reasons. Or is it the divisive politics in Israel where Hamas thought that this is wonderful opportunity, now or never? Or were external players able to convince Hamas to do this audacious? Because it was audacious by all accounts. So Rafi, what do you say on this? Why did they come on 7th of October?
Well, there were several reasons for that, okay? Let's not forget that anything that is happening in the Middle East is actually orchestrated by Iran. Iran is building Hamas, Iran is building Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran is aiding in Syria. Iran is a major player in the Middle East affairs, and of course the United States is very much involved in it because it has its interest in the Middle East and it wants to protect its interests in the Middle East. But Hamas was very strong. It was built over years. It was built by Iran with millions and millions and millions of dollars of investment. And then in Israel, the political regime was as such that the government was hijacked by extremists, left-wing and the religious extremists who basically ran the government. Netanyahu was actually in their hands and had to do what they wanted. And that has given Hamas the opportunity to say, well, this is a very weak government. They won't do anything because they have a different agenda. And they actually spotted a weak point in the government handling. Now, in Israel, the decision of going to war or to respond in the high power is totally in the hands of the Prime Minister. So if the Prime Minister does not give an order, even if you have all the units on the border, they won't move. And that is one of the things that the late response was adapted to, because Netanyahu was on vacation. It took him 8 hours to get to the command post, and 8 hours nobody gave orders. It was heroic operations of people in the command units that were supposed to go and respond, but there was no official involvement for 8 hours. And the late response was totally on the hands of the Prime Minister, because he did not, he did get his information, but he did not react. And that is one of the biggest failures that Golda Meir did in Yom Kippur and Netanyahu on October 7th.
Thank you, Rafi. And Sushant, while I'll request you to comment on what Rafi said, also look at the aims which probably Hamas had when they put in this audacious raid.
So, sir, you know, a raid like this does not happen after planning for a month, 2 months, 3 months. In fact, there are reports that this was being planned for almost a year. Now, a lot of the political problems in Israel would have, of course, convinced the enemy that this is, you know, Israel is not exactly as strong as it's supposed to be. So I do not disagree with him on that. But I think the timing was also triggered by the larger events in the Middle East. There was a reconciliation, rapprochement process which was happening in the Middle East. The Middle East today, in many ways, is unimaginable from what it was 10 years back. Who could have imagined, you know, the Abraham Accords actually working on the ground the way they seem to be working? Look at the way the Arab states have reacted. I'm not talking about the Arab street. The Arab states.
We'll come to that in a later part.
Yeah, so look at that. So a lot of stuff had started changing insofar as state-to-state relations are concerned. And if Saudi Arabia, and those negotiations were at a very advanced stage, had actually joined up with Israel and this IMEC project, and I'm not saying that it's off the table. I think it's very much on the table. But if this IMEC project had started coming about, it would change the face of the Middle East. Now, there were countries feeling threatened. There were also people like Hamas and others who are feeling that they are being relegated into the background. Nobody gives a damn about them anymore. And whether we like it or not, and I think Hamas are despicable animals, although I think it's an insult to animals to call them that, the kind of brutality they have done. But I am quite convinced that Hamas has actually changed the political dynamics in the Middle East, not necessarily in terms of IMEC and other stuff, but I think it will be very, very difficult now to push this issue in the background. In some ways, and I know I'm digressing a bit, but allow me to do that. You know, 9/11 when it happened, the world was supposed to have changed. But I think 9/11 was actually a victory for Osama bin Laden, because what it left in its wake over the next 20 years, 22 years, is a bigger footprint for the terrorists than what it was. Similarly, I think 7th October is, and I hate to say this because I hate to give the enemy any satisfaction, I think it's a victory of Hamas or the ideology it espouses, because it's going to change a lot of things in the Middle East and not necessarily for a better. For the better.
Let me take you on a WhatsApp wisdom which is circulating. Like people say 9/11. A lot of people in WhatsApp University say it was an American engineered kind of a, yeah, I don't believe in it. I'm just bringing an issue to your notice. Similarly, on WhatsApp University, now people are saying that there was a plan to construct Ben Gurion Canal, and that canal which is to run has to get aligned through Gaza. So do you call it utter nonsense, rubbish, or how do you call that?
Sir, one, I do not buy conspiracy theories. There are only conspiracy theories. Most of them are bizarre, of the highest kind. And they're look at the kind of stupidity which is coming out on this WhatsApp university of ours, or TikTok, and there are these young people sitting out here. Don't look at all this, right? You will become the dumbest people in the world. All the despicable acts of Hamas, which we know now, have not been shot by the Israelis. Those were live streamed by Hamas as they were carrying them out. They were taking pride in what they were doing. Today, 6-8 weeks later, these guys in the West who are protesting and raising those blood-curdling slogans of river to sea and all of that nonsense, they are saying that this was done by the Israelis themselves. But, the depths of depravity and stupidity which are there in these conspiracy theories are astounding. So I'm not going to buy that.
Yeah.
But on the Ben Gurion thing, look, it's a project. I don't know the viability of it. Nobody has really studied it. I'm not entirely sure if it's a financially
viable,
economically feasible project. But look, if a massive infrastructure project like that was to come up, it would not kill the Suez Canal. Yeah. It would not kill IMEC.
Sushant, I agree with you. There was a similar plan when Abraham Accord was signed to bring prosperity to Gaza through the Echelon, that pipeline. Yes. So there have been such projects. Let's now go to, now IDF has now launched a counter, Operation Iron Swords. And let's get Rafi on board. Rafi, what are the aims of this operation? Because operation like this, which aims to completely eliminate Hamas, is it possible? Creating cities like Grozny, Aleppo, Mariupol, and now Gaza. Is this the new normal? Where is this basic paradigm of, limiting collateral damages? So how do you see the aim of Israeli operation, which has been launched now?
To tell you the truth, I don't think our government knows. But, and I am not a military expert of that kind. But I can actually tell you that what the current aim of the Israeli government, the first target is to get all the hostages back to Israel. The second one is to eradicate the Hamas leadership. And then I don't know what the plan will be, because these are 2.5 million people living in a very dense condition, and somebody needs to manage them. The Palestinian Authority does not have the means or the ability to do so, and maybe the Americans and some of the European leaders have something in mind of an international force or some civilian international community that will run Gaza on money that will be gathered from those G7 or G20 countries. But in the meantime, we have to eliminate the Hamas people. You have to understand, there are 2.5 million people in Gaza, but only about 15,000 to 20,000 Hamas people. But they are hiding behind hospitals and schools and all kinds of infrastructure that we never, ever were aiming at. But when we went into the Shifa hospital, that was the stronghold of Hamas. We needed to do this very carefully. I want to commend the Israeli forces because they're working very hard to prevent unnecessary casualties and getting actually killed. We already have almost 400 soldiers killed in this maneuver. So the end game, I think, is to take Hamas power out of Gaza and put something in there, which I don't know if it will be an international regime that will restore Gaza back to prosperity.
Thank you, Rafi. So, Sushant, if you could comment on this and on that famous Daya doctrine, bombing Gaza into Stone Age. So, is Hamas, its elimination
Look, if you look at Hamas as an organization, yes, I think you can degrade them severely. You can maybe even dismantle it. You can eliminate, its leadership or bulk of its leadership. And the Israelis are past masters at doing it. We are learning something from them these days. Maybe not doing exactly a very good job of it. But yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, eliminating them is not a big deal. They can do that. Now, if that is your end objective, I think you're missing the plot. And that is why I say Osama won after 9/11. Because it's the failure are all about the millenarian agenda. It's not about a two-state solution. That's utter nonsense. That's crap, right? If you think that you give a two-state solution and everybody will live in and Palestine or this entire region will become the land of milk and honey, I have seen much more delusional dreams of people. But the idea is not that. And I think the Hamas at least is very clear. Now, see, here is the problem. The Hamas tells you, we want to eliminate every single Jew in the world. And we want to, then once we are rid of the Jews, we want to go after the Christians and of course every other kafir. And we say, no, but the Hamas doesn't want it. That they are just saying for the heck of it. I mean, they're telling you what they want to do. And you don't want to agree to it. The Pakistanis tell you what they want to do to you. And we say, no, the Pakistanis are very nice people because we go to Lahore and some stupid shopkeeper in Anarkali does not take money from us or some taxiwala does not take money from us and our people come back and say, oh, what khatirdari they do out here. So, what do you do about this? So you have to understand the ideological dimension which you have to fight. Unfortunately, even after 9/11, nobody has joined that ideological fight. Either there's complete lack of understanding in the West of what this ideological war is all about, or they have dumbed it down to something like countering violent extremism, which is a very, very lucrative profession these days for many people, brings a lot of money from the corporates and others. But if that is how you're going to fight this, you've lost the plot.
See, Thomas Friedman has written a very nice article recently.
He's part of the problem.
He may be, but we must listen to all voices. Sushant is one voice. He's on one side of the, that's why it's interesting to have multiple voices. So he says concurrently there are three wars going on currently in a space which is Palestine, Gaza, Israel, whichever way you look at it. One war is between the Jews and the Palestinians. And that is the right-wingist of Israel and the ultras of Hamas. Hamas leading it. There is a compromise kind of a space in which second war is there between the Palestinian society and the Israeli society. There are enough voices in Israel, like Rafi politically differs with his government, which feel that it has to be somehow done in a manner that it has to be a multicultural space. How they do it, that's a challenge. That's the biggest challenge. You can't throw everybody out. The third war which is going on is the war which is by external players. Iran, Houthis, Yemen, Lebanon, and somewhere even Sunni Turkey, because these are all Shia dispensations, but Hamas is Sunni also. So somewhere Turkey trying to push and fish in troubled waters and creating problems in this space. And ultimate objective of Iranians is that all Israelis must run away from here. At least the intellectually gifted one should feel insecure. And their purpose is served if 5 to 10 rockets are fired every day from 3 directions. From Golan Heights, from Gaza, and from West Bank. And then people feeling insecure will run away from there. That's their dream. So these are concurrent challenges. It's not easy. See, we are facing a problem in our country, but I tend to believe Israeli problem is a nightmare. How do they cope up with this? So we leave this thought. It's very difficult to come to. There is a solution of 2 states, and I have my formulation. I say 2.5 states. Why I say 2.5? I say the second, which is Palestinian state, today is not viable in a configuration unless you give Hamas autonomy within that second state. So you probably have Fatah elements running, Muhammad Abbas and all these elements running the West Bank, and Hamas running this, and there could be a highway corridor linking the two. This has been not my idea alone, it's been projected by many thinkers. So there are some solutions like this.
This was Jinnah's idea also. It hasn't quite worked out quite well. So, 2-state solutions, look, if you're talking about a Slovakia versus the Czech Republic kind of a partition, 2-state solution, yes, that can work. These are people who are ready to live in peace with each other. Please tell me, I think the Israelis, regardless of what Netanyahu says or does not say, because for every Netanyahu there's a Rafi Sela who will oppose him and people will come out on the streets. Israel is a free society. But please tell me how many people in the Palestine areas actually want to live in eternal peace with the Jews or with the Israelis on their border. I'm not entirely convinced of that. And I think that is why I don't necessarily buy a 2-state solution at this point in time when there is no real reconciliation or readiness to live in eternal peace. And 20 years later you might see something's change. After 70 years you have an Erdogan in Turkey. Turkey was a completely secular republic. See what Erdogan has made it into.
See, who propped up Hamas? Who brought up Hamas? It is said Mossad. In order to check Yasser Arafat's Fatah. Now, they are paying a price for this. There are a lot of lessons for us. Like we have faced this problem in Punjab with Bhindranwale. And there is a question mark being raised again. So, there are issues which we need to deliberate on. But let me get back to Rafi. Rafi, what in your understanding is a possible solution? A 2-front, a 2.5-front, or a state which is from river to seas? What is the solution?
Again, I want to make sure you understand that whoever has influence in the Middle East is the United States and Iran. It's a much higher level war than between the Palestinian and the Israeli. There are a very keen interest of the United States in Israel. Now they also are partners in the gas that was found in the sea. And also Iran with its nuclear power that wants to eradicate Israel, and it's still a member of the United Nations, which is beyond my understanding. But let me go back a little bit to the times of Shimon Peres. Shimon Peres was a visionary, and he said something that I do believe in. If they are very good economical connection between Israel and the Palestinians, and every single person is making money from each other, there will be no war. This is much more important to the guy on the street to make money, to live in peace, and to have a family that is safe than to get to war with each other. The problem is, as was said, that we have Hamas, we have Jihad, we have other organizations that are trying to prevent it. I can tell you that Israeli companies have built companies in the West Bank and have even built a company in Gaza. And it was a very interesting solution. But if you have somebody who steers off the car, it is very difficult. I do believe we can live side by side, not two states maybe, but an authority that has its autonomy and very good economical relationship between the two.
See, while you make a point that economic interdependence can promote peace, but see, the one lesson which is coming out is you had large number of people who were given permits, who used to work in Israeli areas, and they all ended up giving information to Hamas. They ended up mapping all the possible targets. So it's a question, but this is one possible solution that one has to seriously look at, and I'll also take it to, before I am being signaled to wind up, let's get into weapon and technologies also. There is this talk of Israel using chemical weapons. Now, it's known that Israel is using a foam bomb, a bomb which seals the tunnel entrances, plugs the escape routes and all. Is that a chemical weapon? Not to my way of understanding, but let's have experts speak on that. There is also this talk of the gospel, AI tool which helps you to target. Is it doing its purpose? Is technological asymmetry, targeting by aerial weapons, helping IDF? So let's have some views on this. And let me start in another order. Let's first go to Sushant, then we'll go to Rafi. Sushant?
Sir, I don't think there's any evidence of any use of chemical weapons. There has been a lot of furor over the use of white phosphorus. I think a lot of people who claim that even the use of white phosphorus is a violation, is a war crime, either don't know what war crimes are, but these are days of TikTok and of WhatsApp and stuff like that, of dumbing things down. So nobody has ever bothered to read what the conventions are. White phosphorus isn't per se illegal, and in many cases you can use white phosphorus, provided it's not against populated areas. Again, war crimes, if you're targeting, for example, a hospital or a school or something, but that is being used to hide behind small children or behind civilians, then that is a fair target. You cannot be making schools and hospitals and other such institutions basis. So I think on that issue, I'm very clear that there is no evidence of the use of chemical weapons, number one. Number two, on the bombing raids, look, again, I'm not entirely convinced about the use of AI and whether AI has reached that point of sophistication where it can very correctly identify. I think AI is a very useful tool for sifting through some information. But ultimately the human element has to be there, and they have to use their brains before target selection is done, which is what has to be done. It's possible that if those tools are being used, and frankly speaking, a lot of information which is coming out right now is very patchy. It's like, when a terrorist incident happens in India, every constable knows what the hell is happening, but nobody really knows what's happening. So all kinds of information is coming out. So a lot of the news reports which are coming out right now are of that nature. Maybe 3 months, 6 months from now, when there's some more serious academic studies on what tools were used for and what the results of that has been, I think we'll be in a better position to make an appreciation. But per se, I'm a little skeptical about the use of AI for targeting right now. But I think the Israelis had to bomb what they bombed. Some of it might have been excessive. Par for the course. It's a war.
Thank you. I'll just take a little pause. I'll call upon all the audience to please give a clap, an ovation for the fact that our former Air Chief Marshal Dhanwa happens to be with us. Please. It's my fault. I should have done it earlier. And he is of Balakot fame. So please clap again. So, my dear friend Rafi, what are your views on this use of chemical weapons and AI and foam bomb, and can you succeed against tunnels?
Look, I have been over 20 years a senior ordnance officer in the Israeli army. There are no chemical weapons. There are no weapons that are forbidden by the Geneva Convention. We are fighting a regular war, and that is from personal knowledge. That doesn't mean that we don't have equipment that can penetrate bunkers and create a lot of damage. And this is one of the things that our pilots are being trained for, to try and use this powerful weapon and to prevent as much as possible a civilian casualty. I don't know if you know, but the Israeli army is the only army in the world who has a procedure in which they call knock on the roof. And that means that when we want to eradicate a Hamas stronghold within a building of like 14 stories, which 7 of them is owned by Hamas and the rest of them are innocent people, we actually call them in advance and ask them to leave the building before we bomb it. There is no army in the world who does that. So we are trying to keep what we call a humanitarian army, which is not a very good definition.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you. I must tell you, I have similar shirt. I wish I had worn it today to show some solidarity to you. Great shirt that you are wearing. Now let me do very quick, rapid fire kind of 2-3 questions that I need to ask to both of you. One is, how do you see it going? Escalation or a round of ceasefire? What is really suspension of operations, further negotiations, and it getting resolved? How do you look at it, Sushant?
Sir, I don't know how the kinetics are going to go. They can go, a lot of politics will enter the kinetics of war. But I think when I look at the larger scope, I don't think stability returning to the Middle East the way we had hoped would happen before October 7th. I think a lot of balls have been thrown up in the air. How they fall, we don't know.
Yeah, Rafi, what do you have to say? How do you look at it? Escalation, resolution, or couple of rounds of ceasefire, or what is suspension of operations, exchanges? Because see, last time an exchange took place, for one Rifat Gilad, you gave 1,000 people. This time, the exchange rate seems to have become more logical. For 105, you've given, I think, 250. So you are becoming, I think exchange rate is shifting in your favor in some way. So how do you look at that?
And I think we are about to be thrown out.
Huh?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we have a saying in Israel that says it will get worse before it gets better. I believe that we are going to continue, even if that will create a conflict with the USA, but we will finish the job. In other words, I don't see the war ending soon. In the next couple of months, there will be a large maneuver in Gaza trying to eradicate Hamas. But on the other hand, I'm very optimistic that once we do that, we have a chance to go back to the table with Saudi and try to create a new Middle East.
Thank you, Rafi. Thanks a lot. I have great friends in Israel. One of them is fighting this war. He did NDC course with me. Another one was with me in Angola in peacekeeping. So I do feel for you people. Similarly, I had friends from Palestine also who were also in this peace building mission. So I wish, hope, pray that you both find some way out, because what Israel is setting standards for us in micro irrigation, solar energy, wind energy, desalination, in non-combat spheres, then technology. So world deserves all that. I think Israelis have that innovative spirit that needs to somehow come to fore again. So thank you, Sushant. You've been a great panelist as always, and you have always, but before we go away, let me give you the last question. That is, and that's from your space. Who is winning the social media war? Is it terrorist Hamas, or is it genocide in Gaza? Which narrative is winning?
Genocide in Gaza.
Thank you. So Sushant has given us this thing. We have the anchor over here.
But that doesn't mean that they are right.
I'm here, sorry. I'm sorry the audience is really going to hate me for this, but we have no time for questions. We've had a really fantastic session, so I'm going to wind it up here. Sushant and General KJ Singh will be outside, available for any kind of queries that you might, or any discussions that you might want to have with them. So thank you very much. Thank you. So I want to give them a big hand. This was a fantastic, absolutely fantastic session. Super. Very well conducted, sir. And we have some mementos for the gentleman from the Military Literature Fest Committee. To Sushant Sareen, to General KJ Singh, and I will ask General KJ Singh to please accept the memento for Rafi Sela as well. Fantastic. So would you, you have just have your picture? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Can we put him in the space? Rafi, don't. If he's not gone, put him in the snap. It will on our recording. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Please continue to do so. We have another very interesting panel. I am going to now call upon Major General Mandeep Singh, Major General Gigi Dwivedi, and Colonel Nihar Kunwar to please come up on stage and take their seats while I request the audience to please settle down. So we're getting ready for our next discussion. I invite Major General Mandeep Singh, Major General Gigi Dwivedi and Colonel Nihar Kuar. This session will be moderated by Major General Mandeep Singh. I request the audience to please take their seats, and in a minute we are going to start the session. Our guests are already here. Yes, they're both working. Yes, they are. Both. And hand mics. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Qin Shi Huang the Great reigned 247 BC to 221 BC as king of Qin, and reigned 221 BC to 210 BC as emperor of China, who through brutal methods united the bickering states of ancient China under one rule for the first time in history, and built the Great Wall. From Mao Zedong till today, Chinese leaders believe in the success of his methods. How does this philosophy portend for Asia and the world? To discuss this, we have with us the moderator for today, Major General Mandeep Singh, retired as ADG Rashtriya Rifles, with a wide experience in the army and multiple degrees to his name, including a PhD. Along with him, we have Major General Gigi Dwivedi, who was commissioned into the Jat Regiment and has 38 years of distinguished service in the army. A veteran of Bangladesh War in 1971, he has authored a series of articles and books. We also have Colonel Nihar Kuar from the Regiment of Artillery, who has an MPhil in Defense Studies and is currently a Senior Research Fellow with the USI, and his area of interest includes the armed forces of China, among others. Together, the panel is going to discuss the legacy of the Chinese Emperor Ying Zheng and importance of the contemporary use of his methodology of ruling. Over to you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Competing philosophies that were there in ancient China during the time of the warring states and earlier. And then I'm going to leave the portion about, extrapolating it to present day, because that is where we have the expertise of General Dwivedi, who will talk for about 15 to 20 minutes on the use of force in ancient China down the years. And then after that, Colonel Nihar Kumar, who's also got some publications to his credit, would talk about a use of diplomacy, economy, and anything, and all other aspects of statecraft other than use of force from the ancient times to the present. Jal Dwivedi, as was introduced, is a war veteran of 1971 from the Jat Regiment. I must tell you that he has a varied experience, including being an instructor in the IMA and the Staff College, and that's the time when I was a cadet, a GC in the IMA. He has commanded a battalion in Siachen, a brigade in the valley, and a division in the northeast. It's a vast canvas of the entire west to east of India. He has a whole lot of academic degrees to his credit. But what is important is that as the professor and founding chair of the Aligarh Muslim University, he established the new faculty of international relations, which is creditable, and he's also a visiting faculty in a whole lot of universities. You can list them up. They're almost the entire canvas of India. He's an author of 6 books, about 80 pieces of articles, and a whole lot of writings. But more importantly, a lot of you must be seeing him on television screens. Colonel Nihar Kumar is a gunner who's commanded a regiment, an artillery regiment, awarded twice the Chief's Commendation and the Vice Chief's Commendation, as well as an Army Commander's Commendation. But he's also the winner of the prestigious Lantane Medal, where he wrote a thesis on a very interesting subject. Use Bhagavad Gita as a force multiplier for the armed forces, which is interesting. He's a double master's. He was also a senior research fellow at the USI. But what brings him here is actually his compilation of a 610-page book, which is titled The Tao of Soldiering, Tao of Soldiering, the Chinese Paradigm. It's a fabulous book for those of you who are looking at China very closely, particularly the army. His area of interest, including the history of the Chinese civilization, is what brings him on to the chair here. Right. Let me start by opening the gambit by introducing you to the 3 competing philosophies that existed in China in the ancient times. Some of you must have heard of it: Confucianism, Taoism, and legalism. Sounds familiar? When I go along, words like feng shui, tai chi will come to the fore. So what was Confucianism? Confucianism talked about ethical behavior, about harmony, about respect for elders, about family values. And there are 5 important, should I say, principles in Confucianism, which we all need to know about. The first is, or I should call them Ren, Yi, Li, Xiao, and Ji. Now, what is each one of them? Let me explain each one. So Ren is benevolence. It's about humaneness. It's about controlling human relationships and social order. Ren. The other is Li, filial piety, respect for elders. The third is Yi, righteousness. What is, a moral disposition of what is right and what is wrong. And then you have Xiao, which is filial piety, obedience to parents and elders. Lastly is Ji, wisdom. You must have the wisdom to take the right decisions. Correct, just, fair. So Confucianism, from 551 BC, that's when he was born, had at somewhere lost its place, being considered pessimistic. But today in China, you will hear a lot of words coming out from Xi Jinping, For example, community of shared living, a community of shared destiny, Asia for Asians, win-win situation. Those are very typically Confucian thoughts. And then you have this Taoism. So what is Taoism? Taoism talks about, it's a philosophical and a spiritual construct about the natural way of life. Let things happen naturally. What he says is, the principles are Tao, which says, you have to face the ultimate reality of what's happening naturally. Be effortless. Don't be forceful. The other is Wu Wei. Wu Wei, which talks about non-action. He talks about spontaneity. Don't do something forcibly. Let it happen spontaneously. And then there's the famous yin and yang. So what is yin? Yin is something that is feminine. It's receptivity. And it's all about darkness. Whereas yang on the other side is masculine. It's about light. It's about action, activity. And so when you say yin and yang balance out life, that's Taoism. The exponent is the philosopher called Lao Tzu, who wrote this famous book called the Tao Te Ching, 81 chapters, and that's the kind of granth that Taoists follow. But for you and me, the concept of Feng Shui is actually Taoist teaching. The concept of Tai Chi is Taoism. Right. And lastly, we have the third, and that is the most important today for all of us here, is what is called legalism. What is legalism? It's something that you will see now in strands of Xi Jinping's behavior in China, which is that philosophy of strict governance, of use of authority, of use of force. And what are the principles? That human behavior inherently is selfish. And so that has to be disciplined. And there's a need for laws, and there's a need for punishment. And so you have to have a strict code of social conduct. And people must be punished if they violate the code of conduct. The other issue is about meritocracy. It talks about selection of people in the posts purely on merit, not on family connections, not on, on your background, on whom you belong to. But most important is that it is brutal and oppressive. And that is where some negativity comes in. But then, it is the times of the warring states when the state of Qin brought the first unification of China. So I have set the ball rolling with these three opening philosophies. And now I'm going to hand you over to General Dwivedi, who would talk about how the Chinese emperors, dynasties until the present have used these philosophies for the use of force. Over to you, sir.
Can I have the slides? Okay, firstly, thank you very much, General Mandeep, for setting the ball rolling, and my very good afternoon to this scant gathering. And I don't blame our nation because we don't understand Chinese, and the empty hall is quite, I think, substantiate our ignorance, because I think that China is the only country that matters to us, but most of us are in blind zone as far as China is concerned. And that's why we are having a really lot of headwind from our northern neighbors. Having said that, I'll take on from where General Mandeep has left and avoid repetition, but try to get the gist of what he has spoken. And why we are ignorant about Chinese is we are not able to bridge the gap between the yellow emperors and red monarchs. Yellow emperors are the one who founded China, and the red monarchs are the one, the Communist Party of China, who are ruling the country today. In between lies about 4,000 years of Chinese history, and that actually is the fountainhead of China's strategic culture, which many of our foreign policy mandarins either don't understand or they don't wish to convey the ground reality. So that's why I have titled this talk as China's strategic culture, use of force, because I'm going to basically look at use of force in Chinese strategic culture, why it is diagonally opposite from our philosophy of non-violence, our philosophy of idealism, how the two actually mismatch and why we pay the price for that mismatch. And then yellow emperors to the red monarchs. Now most of the people, and there's a very famous sinologist, Derek Bode, who says that many people know China, but very few understand it. And my experience, having spent fair amount of time in China as defense attaché, commanded my forces on the LAC, a small visit, and people return after they become fly-by-night China experts. But to understand China, you got to go back point in time, look at the 4 millenniums, and part of it was also flagged by General Mandeep, and then how they actually modified or applied those very tenets after the communist dynasty, I will call communist dynasty, came into power in 1949. And most of us get surprised. Just to give you 2-3 very quick examples. Chinese Revolution, 1949, China was behind India. And today, they are 5 steps ahead of us. Something we need to ponder. Something we need to ask the leaders as to how all this happened. Did we sleep our way through, or we just didn't quite pay attention to it? Now in 1949, 1st October, the Chinese Revolution fructified. And exactly less than a year, Mao Zedong took on America on the Korean Peninsula. America was absolutely surprised as to how a nation which was known as sick man of Asia has challenged a new global power. 1962, we are playing little bit of Ludo type of games with Chinese, and what we call is armed coexistence. Means they were coming, occupying a post, we are occupying a post. I did a book on 1962 war and exactly commanded my battalion where the war took place. We are surprised. And that fear of psychosis of Chinese have taken a very long time to come out because we just didn't understand what is the mindset of Mao Zedong. And now, only 3 years back, we had a very good sort of equation. When Xi Jinping came to India, had a good swing in Ahmedabad. There was 2 very important one-on-one conferences took place in Wuhan with the Prime Minister and at Mamallapuram in 2019. And just a year later, we found 3 of the Chinese division, 4 division, 6 division, 8 division, right into Ladakh. And they are still there. So, this is where I'm going to actually move on and avoid what has been already said, but come to 2 very important. I'm going to flag 5-6 words, and that is the crux of the Chinese philosophy, Chinese strategy. First 2 words, Li and Luan. Li is strength. Chinese believe in strength. And the strength for the military. And next word is Luan. Luan is chaos. So Chinese are very, very skeptical of chaos, because chaos means that is what happened in couple of millenniums when China was in chaos. They went back point in time. So today's Communist Party want to show two very important things to their own people and also to the world at large. China is strong, and China's authority will not accept chaos either in the mainland or on the borders. Now, Confucius already been covered. I won't dwell upon it. Sun Tzu very important, because that is where the philosophy of fighting the wars came. And Sun Tzu actually made one very important statement. He said, the actual acme of generalship is when you win a battle without firing a shot. Our leaders have been telling, last 40 years we haven't fired a shot. But they don't believe in firing a shot. They believe in inching forward without firing. And even in Galwan, where we had casualty on both sides, no shot was fired. So please remember, the Chinese of the day will fire shots only as the last resort and not as the first resort, but keep progressing, keep inching forward, keep pushing the national interest by use of force, by ways more than one. Two important points. One is the martial values, Chinese value, the martial traits in an individual. And second is two words again, because I am only flagging words. Chumko, first word, and Tianxian. Chumko is center of the world. Chinese believe that they are the super civilization. They are the center of the world. And when we are talking new global order, Sino-centric global order, as Xi Jinping perceives, as per his delusion or illusion, it has to be around China. And second is Tianxia. Tianxia is all under the heaven. And this concept of authority, power, mandate comes from the heaven. And this was actually the Emperor I of Zhou dynasty in 1600 before current era was the one who assumed the mandate. So therefore, please remember these two words, Chumko and Tianxian, which are actually the very central to current philosophy of President Xi Jinping. Warfare, idle warfare, Yi-chan. Yi-chan means that use of force is very legitimate when we talk of national interest. And this has been amply depicted in because Chinese have come out with number of white papers. The last one, 2019, says very clearly, reunification of Taiwan, use of force remains an option. So Yi-chan means using force, not only for defensive purposes, but for offensive as such. And Chinese have used force more than a dozen times. After the communists came to power, 1950, against Russia in 1961 and 67, against India 1962, we have Sonbram-Chu, 1979 Vietnam War, and I can go on, and last one, of course, 2020, their aggression in Ladakh. Now, three periods are very important in Chinese history. Spring period, which I talked about, the king, one of Zhou dynasty, from where the mandate to rule actually came from heaven, and Communist Party of the day, from Mao Zedong to Xi Jinping, also reiterate that they are ruling China with the mandate from heaven. Warring states, when they were chaos, and I talked about the word Luan, Communist Party will never let it happen that China is once again in the period of warring states. Qing dynasty is very important because this is the first time Chinese as a nation was unified. By who? Shi Huang. He was the emperor. He said, I am not the king. I am the emperor. I have unified China. China was a small state. Qing state was very small. But he went on to expand. And what you see today's China was actually foundation was laid by Shi Huang in something like 221 BCE. And he just ruled for 10 years. But today, China as a country, its foundation was laid during his time, consolidated. Sheer authority, brute power, language, bureaucracy. Chinese bureaucracy is actually 2,400 years old, and it still is doing a great job in China. And last one, the 5 dynasties came after the Qing dynasty. And the last dynasty, the last dynasty was Qing dynasty. In 1911, the Chinese monarchy system ended. 1911, Sun Yat-sen came to power, and next 45 years, next about 35 years, were very important for Chinese because they fought Japanese, they had a civil war, and I stayed come to 1949 when Mao Zedong took over the reins of Chinese. Now, Mao was a guerrilla leader, defeated Japanese, defeated Chiang Kai-shek. And then when he came to power, his 2 very fundamental missions, peaceful periphery, means you have very secure borders. So he put a flag in Tibet, put a flag in Mongolia, put a flag in Xinjiang, demarcated the borders, and PLA moved into Tibet in 1950, and that's how India-China became neighbors. So Mao Zedong actually secured the borders, while we even didn't know where the cartographic lines run. And Mao, as I said, believed in simple principle. Power flows through the barrel of the gun. Now you imagine, one side a guerrilla leader, person who believes in total violence. Other side is the propagation of non-violence, punch shield, and we paid the price. I won't like to dwell on that. Deng Xiaoping. How the Chinese Communist mind agile? Deng Xiaoping came to power in 1978 after a little bit of chaos post Mao's death. And he found that communism is all about poverty. So he coined a very simple lines. It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it catches the mice. And to be rich is glorious. And that's where the Chinese reforms started. And the 4 very important reforms were introduced: political, economic, military, and cultural reforms. And really, the reform started when it got bloody nose. In 1979, it went on to teach a lesson to Vietnam, learned a lot of it and came back, and that's where the whole review of Chinese started. And Deng Xiaoping is the father of modern China. If today China is 5 steps ahead of India, the guy is Deng Xiaoping. I come straight to now, Xi Jinping. 2012, Xi Jinping came to power. Again, very clear vision. China will be a leading country by 2049. Chinese military will be at par with the Western militaries. Yeah, I'm just winding up. I'll come to Xi Jinping. And the third very important point, he said, rejuvenation of China means the old glory, center of the world, Chung Ko. Now, this is what is the Xi Jinping current philosophy. Believes in use of force. South China Sea, almost gobbled 90%. What you are seeing on the line of actual control, he wants to come to 1959 line, which Chong Lai defined. and they are almost there. And I can vouch for that because did a lot of foot soldiering in those areas, not an academic statement. China's model. So what is China's model? Authoritarian regime and state-sponsored economy. Please mark the word, state-sponsored economy. All the Chinese, most of the companies are under the government. And today Xi Jinping is challenging America, want to be a co-partner. When he went and met Obama in 2012, he made a very important statement. Look, President Obama, Chinese deal with the opponents on equal footing, but we only negotiate with those people whom we equal. So there's a big question mark because Chinese don't treat India as an equal partner. Quick recap. Use of force, absolutely legitimate as far as Chinese are concerned. Do not ever think that they're only talking. They have another one very important word. Ipian tan, ipian ta. While we are talking, we'll be also fighting simultaneously, fighting on the table and fighting on the ground. Instability. Because of Chinese, there's so much instability today in Asia. Everyone is weaponizing. Everyone is modernizing the forces. Japanese have breached 1% GDP. India is, I think we last couple of years imported $20 billion. Atmanirbhar. Our whole focus today on modernization. Why? Because Chinese keep nudging us. 62, they nudged us, did a great favor. Again in 2020, nudged us, big favor. So we are now modernizing. Global institutions. Chinese have no regard for global institutions. You remember, World Health Organization could not conduct any study in Wuhan. They just went back. International Court of Justice gave a verdict in favor of Philippines on shoal, Scarborough Shoal. Chinese didn't accept it. Chinese don't accept even the 1947 agreement. So they are very selective and they will never accept something which doesn't go to their favor. Weaponizing trade. Chinese have weaponized trade, checkbook diplomacy, BRI, the Belt Road Initiative. They are leasing ports, Hambantota. Then Gwadar is next on the board, Djibouti. So that is the way China is now getting hold of the world in a different manner. Strategic ambiguity. You cannot judge the leaders of Chinese. Yeah, I am just 1 minute. They are never able to show the cards. They will always be very ambiguous and they say always fear the smile of Chinese leader. When Chinese leaders smile, disaster is just waiting to happen. And the last word is China is our most important country. That is the country we should be looking at. Unfortunately, we have been looking in the wrong direction. It's the time we look at Chinese and understand Chinese, not just eat noodles and have a visit to the Great Wall, but understand Chinese culture of 4,000 years. Only then we can take on China. And China is going to be India's major challenge in 21st century. Thank you very much.
May I now call upon Colonel Nihar Kuwar to about 15 to 20 minutes? Yeah. Okay. Come, please come.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I feel really privileged to be here listening to various discourses here and being part of this 7th Military Literature Festival, which is really a very awesome feeling, I would say. I've come all the way from Calcutta to be part of this panel because I have written a book as General Mandeep has brought out. So my job has been made simpler by General Dwivedi during his speech in which he covered the use of force in the Chinese history, starting from the period of warring states up to now when Xi Jinping is in the helm of affairs. So human beings have two very distinct instincts based on which all the progress of civilization has taken place. That is the combative instinct and the gregarious instinct. So he has, the General Dwivedi has covered the combative instinct part of it and how the combative instinct has created the society which we are today over a period of time. Now I will be covering the other part, that is the gregarious instinct and how it has unfolded over the period of 2,500 years of history. I don't dispute General Dwivedi when he says it is 4,000 years of history, yes. But the actual history of China, as General Mandip has also brought out, was from the time Xi Huangdi consolidated China into Qin state in the year 2021 BC. From that time, it is around 2,500 years. In this 2,500 years, how their economy, their political setup, their intellectual tradition of China and their social development schemes which have taken place, the infrastructure development in China and how they have exploited their geography, how they have used their water and how agriculture flourished in China, all these aspects, how it developed over a period of time from the Xi Huangdi's period till now. So these are all the gregarious instinct part. So I just want to make a difference about the learning from history. We always say we learn from the historical wrongs. Yes, we may be learning from history, but I don't buy the idea of there is something called historical wrongs. There is nothing we can say these are historical wrongs. The people in helm of affairs of the states, they will always do something and take certain actions and tell something or put some rules, frame rules for the, as per their wisdom and as per their logic. Everybody has a logic and probably we won't be able to go to past and analyze history based on why those actions have been taken at that particular point of time. But what we can see is how those actions and those deeds, whatever they have done, how it has affected the population at that point of time, restricted to that nation state or overall to the humanity, and how it has projected to the future and how it has affected the future of humanity from that point onwards till today. So from that perspective, use of force, yes, it has dented and we can learn lots of things, and the Chinese state was an empire starting from the Qin dynasty, maybe up to the Yuan dynasty, which I will be covering in brief. Then subsequently Manchu dynasty also, yes, it was an empire, but that civilizational empire stopped becoming, China stopped becoming a civilization empire and became a nation state from the Qing dynasty. I am not talking about Qin. Qin was the first dynasty and the Qing was the final dynasty. After which, though there are lots of people, if we only consider the use of force part, then even the present CCP is also empire. But after when I was given this task to cover the other aspects, the gregarious aspects, then I think we can't consider this to be empire. It is a very good nation state, like any other nation state, China, and the methods and the rules which they are making and the progress they are making now, it is as good as any other nation state. Those things do not have any reflection of a xenocentrism attitude or of any kind of other. This is my personal opinion. You can differ on that. But yes, when you consider the use of force part, that is very much prevailing and also even during the present regime. So I will just very briefly cover the history, how things have unfolded from the Qin dynasty, the Warring States period prior to the Qin dynasty, and also during the Zhou period. Zhou period में there were around 148 city-states in China. Then after that, they got consolidated to 7 warring states. Then during the warring state period, these 7 warring states were fighting amongst each other. Qin was one of those states. This period was marked by very highest literary tradition in the Chinese history. During Zhou period, it was a period of inventions. There are lots of things which were invented. I won't be able to spell out everything now. And during warring states period, because of this strife, it fired the imagination of the Chinese people, and there are lots of, like the 5 classics, General Mandip has also brought out about the Tao Te Ching and the Confucian ideology. All these things came out during this Zhou dynasty, spring and autumn period, and the warring state period. So that literary tradition started from this time when China was not consolidated. It was, there are small pockets between the Yellow River and the Yangtze River in China where the civilization prospered. I hope I am not boring you because everybody has missed their lunch and their this thing, but I will just take 5-10 minutes. It is a very interesting story about the growth of Chinese civilization. So subsequently during the Qin dynasty, the biggest achievement of Shi Huangdi, which we call the first emperor, he himself named himself as the Shi Huangdi, or the first emperor, when he consolidated all the 7 states using very strict measures as brought out by General Dwivedi. And so the name China came from Qin. But otherwise, as he told, they used to consider during time themselves to be the Zhongguo. Zhong is the middle kingdom. And whoever is the king, he used to enjoy the mandate of heaven. Though that mandate of heaven theory came subsequently during the Han dynasty, but it was during the Qin dynasty this thing was put into practice by Shi Huangdi. Shi Huangdi, apart from the force part he has covered, otherwise during his tenure there are lots of new infrastructure which were created. The main 4 infrastructures were the starting of the building of the Great Wall of China, then similarly the Great Road that was also constructed during his time, the Great Palace and the Great Underground Palace, which was his tomb, which is a very archaeological site which is now available in China. Anybody going to visit China, though I have not gone to China, but that is a very very thriving place to see. It is the greatest palace, underground palace on earth. So besides that, he also started the river linking scheme, and he also reduced the tax of the people. So these are the other aspects of the tyrant Shi Huangdi. He lived only for 12 years, but he left an indelible mark in the history of China. But he is known for his book burning and burying of the intellectuals' life. Near about, I think, around 460, 470 odd intellectuals were buried with the belief that the China starts from my time, that is, I am the first emperor of this thing, and I will create all the arts, literature, and everything, and the literary tradition will be built from my time only. Anything which has existed prior to this, those things must be destroyed. This you all are also aware. During the Cultural Revolution period, Mao Zedong, he also did the same thing. Mao Zedong was a great admirer of this Shi Huangdi. Also, at the same time, he also had great faith on Taizong's philosophy, then the King Wu's philosophy during the Han period, which I don't know whether I will be having time to cover all these aspects of the different eras of Chinese. I'll just see if there is time. But during the Cultural Revolution, he also adopted the similar measures, and there are so many other measures which Mao adopted. But those are, I would say, learning wrong lessons from the history. How it was done at that point of time and why it was done at this point of time, there was a difference. He was a very learned man. Mao was a very learned man, but I suppose he learned a long lesson from history while adopting these kind of measures. Okay, moving on from the Qin dynasty to the Han dynasty, which was again, it was a golden period. The Han dynasty commenced with a civil uprising against the atrocities of the Qin. Always the trilogy of rise, apex and fall, that thing follows. The consolidation, rise, then they reach the apex at that point of time, then again that fall. So similarly, there was a massive civil uprising and a commoner became the emperor of China during Han dynasty. And the Han supremacy, the theory of Han supremacy was established during Han dynasty. And they ruled for almost 400 years, pitted against 12 years of the Qin dynasty. And so we always combine this Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty to one to characterize China or to arrive at the Chinese characteristics which Xi Jinping keep propagating always, but with a different intention. When Xi Jinping says it is China, which Chinese characteristic, it is basically to the perpetuation of CCP rule. That is the basic aim, but otherwise the Chinese characteristics has got other connotations also, which if you read the history of the Qin dynasty or the Han, then it is very well understood. During Han dynasty again, it was a period of lots of achievements. So I won't be able to go into details of those achievements, but in the field of economy, in the field of bureaucracy, in the field of law making, or in the field of intellectual growth, the Sima Chen, he was during Qin dynasty, he was one of the most famous historian who, based on which till that time, from starting from the Tang dynasty before this thing, he has written a very elaborate history of China during the time, which is a benchmark of how history should be written. So there are lots of achievements during Han dynasty, but again, Han dynasty proved, had its nemesis, but after the Han dynasty, there was a period of disruption for about 400 years, when there was no confidence. Again, China broke up. So when they claim that there is a continuous civilization, Chinese civilization prevailing for such a long time, maybe we have to take it with a pinch of salt. Because, but again I say, when in these 400 years, China had plethora of achievements. When there were near about 16, it formed into 16 different states. And all these states, they contributed maximally to the growth and development of humanity in China. During that period, Buddhism was professed in China, like what is that route? There was one route which was Dharmaratna route, which was built during that time, connecting Pataliputra with Chang. Chang was the capital of the Sui dynasty, which was a brief this thing during that period of time. So this Dharmaratna that was built during that point of time. Okay. So there are so many achievements during that period of fragmentation. So they also have their share of contribution towards the Chinese civilization. Then again consolidation started. Then the golden period of China arrived during the Tang dynasty and the Song dynasty. This period was full of achievements, printing, then this gunpowder which was invented during that time. There are lots of literary activities. Then the people were living very peacefully. Then the rulers were very frugal, and they were not like empires. There was a good harmony between the rulers and the other things. Those are certain things which were there till Song dynasty. Then the Yuans, the Mongols attacked this thing. They ruled for some period of time. Then, but the beauty of the Chinese civilization that they got absorbed into the Chinese society. But the ferocity of the Yuans or the Mongols, they were there because of the use of force theory. I don't get the impression that everything is honky-dory about the Chinese other this thing, because in the developmental process, all these things have to be good, which can only be reflected except for the part of the use of force. Yes, there are there can be political coercions, there can be diplomatic portions, which also tantamount to the use of force. Okay. So now the during after that, after the Mongol period, was the period of Ming dynasty when the during the Yuan period, the Ming dynasty was again full of achievement. Then came the Manchus. Manchus ruled this thing. The stories are very interesting when they turned from one dynasty to the another. But I don't have time to cover it. Anyway, after the Qing dynasty, we'll just see the, during Qing dynasty, you all know how the foreign invaders came into Chinese this thing and how China became a nation state and how so many things flourished in China. Then in 1911, China achieved that it became a republic, and 1950 it became the PRC was born. And Mao Zedong's activity you already know, and I have also covered a little bit. And coming to Deng Xiaoping, the 4 modernization plan that was also covered. It was a period of consolidation. And as far as economy, the political this thing and the culture, all these things progressed in China in sync with the development of human societies all over the world. Since the use of force in rest everything, there was nothing to differentiate between the Chinese history or the Indian history or the American history. So we can accordingly we can draw lessons from the Chinese history, and we can implement. Basically, just one point I want to make in the final analysis is that whenever we are taking any action when we are in the helm of affairs, it has to be in sync with the humanity, the welfare of the humanity. When we become too prejudiced about our own preserving our own national identity, then we have to see it is not at cross purposes with the welfare and the harmony of the overall humanity. That is the point which I think we should take from this Chinese history. Thanks.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, you had heard 2 brilliant expositions by 2 of the people. I know that a lot of questions will basically pertain to what's happening today in China. But before I get to that, let me ask General Dwivedi the most obvious question, sir. Today you can see Xi Jinping following legalism, very typically. Strong authority, rule of law, etc. So it's exactly legalism that led to the downfall of the Qing. Do you think that the same thing is going to happen if Xi Jinping continues the way it is?
Thank you. Actually, you have to understand the personalities of the leaders, because in China, the leader's personality actually dictates the destiny of the nation. And Chinese, why called it empire? Because if you take Mao Zedong, he started from 49 till death. He was the supreme leader. Deng Xiaoping, till 16 February 1997, he continued. And Xi Jinping now has anointed himself as the lifelong president. Now you asked a very pointed question. Xi Jinping, please understand his philosophy. His philosophy is in 3 sentences. To make China the global power, to have Chinese military as the global military, and to rejuvenate, means restore the old glory of China. Now how Xi Jinping has gone about exactly what the emperors, yellow emperors, and even Shi Huang advocated. Strong center, conducive, means passive periphery, and the global footprint. Xi Jinping has gone about it in 2 ways. One is totally centralized authority today. Even the public sector enterprises, the private enterprises are under severe pressure. Case in point, Jack Ma. I mean, they are being divested of the economy. Second point is enlarging the global footprint. Belt Road Initiative. 150 countries are part of it. Almost $1 trillion is being sunk into it. And in Pakistan, you have the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, you have the China-Nepal Economic Corridor, you have the China-Myanmar Economic Corridor. All around the periphery, Chinese shadows looming large, ensuring peaceful periphery control of South China Sea, South Asia. So in nutshell, Xi Jinping is following the footsteps of all the yellow leaders, and my caution, this may not work because there is a lot of resentment inside China, and the mere fact he appointed himself as a lifelong president has not been taken kindly even with the Communist Party. Communist Party is not a one entity. It has a lot of factions, but I see Chinese are going to have problems. Economy is not going to do as well, and there is going to be a lot of dissent in China in time to come.
Thank you, sir. Before I go and a question to Colonel Kaur, anybody from the audience would like a question? Anybody? Yeah, please. Yeah, just give your name and spell out. Just say whom you want to address your question to. Use a mic.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Tandrin Namgyal and I'm a student of security studies in Punjab University. Actually, I had two questions open to the panel. Anybody can answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, my first question is, as General Dwivedi pointed out, about he talked about the mandate of heaven and he talked about Middle Kingdom. In some literatures, I have found that there is also how the Chinese look at the Huanghe or the Yellow River, the flooding of the Huanghe. They say that flooding of the river is perceived as that the heaven does not agree with the ruler. They sometimes see it as now the ruler have to go. Now, is there anything that we can do to explore that? In today, in this century or this decade or anything, India can explore. And my second question is...
so what exactly is the question? What is the question?
Sir, my question is, the Chinese see the flooding of Yellow River as the heaven that the heaven does not agree with the ruler anymore. Is there something strategically or anything that we can do, we can explore in that?
Okay, Yellow River, okay. Yeah, what's your second question?
My second question is how we look at history. When you talk about China, their kingdoms and all, I guess the panel and everybody discussed, even in the academy, they discussed that the Chinese have one history. When we see about India, many in India, the academics, they believe that India only started after 1947. In Pakistan, they say that they have no history, we genuinely, we make fun of them. But when we talk about China, we go far beyond to 2,400 to 2,500 years. We say that the Chinese civilization, but as India has diversity, the Chinese have diversity as well. So why do we take this histories of warring states and fragmented states as the history of the whole of China? Is there something gap in?
So your question is essentially that there have been phases in Chinese history which have been fragmented, right?
Yes,
and that we shouldn't see it as a whole, right? Yes. Okay, please sit. Yeah, so would you like to take the first one?
Yeah, I'll take it, then you can add on. Yeah. First and foremost, Yellow River. It is known as the sorrow of China. Though Chinese as a nation was born in the Wei Valley, as per the mythological King Xuanzang, sometime in 2650 BCE. But the origin of China is from the Yellow River, Wei Valley, and that's why they call themselves Yellow Emperors. But you are very right. The Yellow River is a river of disaster, and Chinese have not been able to actually tame that river. And off and on, there have been a lot of floods. While they made a biggest dam in the world in Yangtze, but they have not been able to dam Yellow River. Basically brings a lot of silt, yellow silt. and that leads to a lot of flooding, changes the coast off and on, and that is one river that is known as the sorrow of China. Now secondly, you rightly said that Chinese history, why we say that it is a history of China when China was fragmented, and the actual Chinese nation, or I would say the identity, came in only during the Qin dynasty. But the point is that 2-3 factors why we take China as a kind of a unison empire. Firstly is the population. Han is about 93% population. So one religion or one ethnicity. Second point is language. They have primarily Chinese language, though they have two dialects, Mandarin and the dialect that they speak in Hong Kong or in the southern China. But they have one sort of language. Third is culture. Culture also largely same except for the outlying state which they annexed. They annexed Tibet, they annexed Xinjiang, they annexed Mongolia. But the core of China basically has the same culture. But that's why we date back the history of China to Shang dynasty, which was actually the codified dynasty, and after that came the Zhou dynasty and then Qing dynasty. But it can be disputed whether Chinese history should be seen as a complete Chinese history since the 2 millennium BCE or
first is regarding this Euler River and the mandate of heaven theory. Actually, they proposed the thing during Tang dynasty that when the ruler loses the mandate of heaven, then the time to overthrow the ruler and next step comes. And this Euler River was just a analogy for that, because during the changeover from the from Qin dynasty to Han dynasty, there was a big disaster which took place in the Euler River. So they said the Qin dynasty, the Xi Huangdi, not Xi Huangdi, the second one, his son, he lost the mandate of the heaven, so it went into this. That was the mythical part, and this was created basically for the subsequent generations. And regarding the history part, this thing has been amply covered. I think from the Qin dynasty, when the civilization was both on the north and south, that is the Euler River and the Yangtze River on the south, both these things developed. So the Shang dynasty, yes, that is disputable, because that time there were around, as I brought out in Zhou, there were around 148 city-states having different characteristics. But again, the unifying factor was the written characters which started from the Qin dynasty time. So we identify China to be a civilizational state starting from that 221 BC.
Right. Okay, so let me ask you this question. You see, what's happening today in the capitals all over the world is that you say something against China, and you will have the local diplomat there actually jumping onto you. So that's been, a lot of people call that as wolf warrior diplomacy. You've got this whole battalion now of wolf warriors emanating from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, the question that I have for you is that as diplomacy has developed in China over the years, do you think that wolf warrior diplomacy is actually doing China's image good or bad in the world capitals?
Yes, the wolf warrior diplomacy, like you all are aware about the theory of unrestricted warfare, which was proposed. I am going into the domain of General Dwivedi, because that was again propounded by China. So this wolf warrior diplomacy, or there are so many measures which have been taken by Xi Jinping, and which commenced even during Deng Xiaoping's time, and they have also propounded it number of times. These things are, I feel, these are all part of the three warfare scheme that is which was propounded, and all these things are part of the unrestricted warfare of Chinese psyche. I can go one step further, but I do not want to state regarding the pandemic, which everybody has got their own cases. So all these things are, because there is nothing wrong when as per the policy of a empire, like we consider CCP to be empire, there is nothing wrong when it amounts to the benefit or interest of the own country. That's why I made one statement that yes, we have to look at, when we are looking at our own society and own this thing, we have to also look at the broader picture.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Yeah.
Well, I can speak from my experience as a defense attaché because I spent 3 years in China. Please understand that China is an opaque state. It doesn't have a free media. So media is all state controlled. And the way Chinese believe, propaganda is a very important part of Chinese Communist Party or the Chinese society because media is controlled. And as you rightly brought out the three warfare, in that propaganda, psychological warfare and legal are very important. Wolf warriors are actually double-edged weapons. At times, they score over, at times actually they spoil the show. But the point I want to make is, in this world, loud voices matter. Please understand, the loud voices matter. India's point of view, you may take it J&K, Kashmir, LAC, is not well understood. So therefore, I think you have to adopt proactive diplomacy, whether you call it wolf diplomacy or you call it proactive, but it matters.
Right. Right. Any questions from the audience? We have time for one more question. I can see the lady coming up. Yeah. Please, sir. Please, sir.
Not only a senior regimental officer, but a very experienced individual as far as China goes. And I'm sure he studies India equally well. Sir, could you give me just 3 important issues that India can learn from China?
India
can learn from China.
Say again, India can?
India can learn from China.
3 important
issues that that's why I'll just you got a mic, yes.
I think it's a very pertinent question, very brief, and my regimental officer, I have a personal equation with him, but I also answer very briefly. First and foremost, have a long-term vision. Very important that you must think the nation, civilized nation like India, must think 50 to 100 years ahead. 5-10 years is not good enough. First point, vision. Second point is very clear-cut strategy. Because until you don't have a clear-cut strategy, you don't have a national defined name, you will find that we are always shooting in the dark. Third very important is the human development. You will be surprised. Chinese literacy rate is 97%. Ours is only 75%. China has got 8 universities in the first 100. Unfortunately, we call ourselves Wish Guru, not one in first 200. And the last point is women empowerment. China has worked a lot on women, and Chinese women are in the forefront. Therefore, if India needs to be actually optimizing on Amrit Kal, clear vision, clear strategy, human resource development, empowerment of women. You cannot call a country great where 800 million people are being given ration subsidy. If everyone can earn respectably with honor, only then India can find place in the top table. And I think these 4 lessons are very important for Indian leadership of the day.
Thank you, sir. 3. You asked for 3, he gave you 4. But the one I think you want to hear is power flows from the barrel of the gun. That's the one you want to hear. Am I right, sir? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for a patient hearing. It's been delightful having you all here. And once again, thank the organizers. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Try to keep it within a minute.
Thank you. Incidentally, my father's regiment too. So sorry I'm not giving you more time to speak. But it's my job to end this conversation here. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. And on behalf of the Chairman, Military Literature Festival, we have a token of our appreciation for you. Thank you, panelists, and thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I now hand over once again to my co-host, Radhika, who will take you through the next session.
Chalo? Good? Good to, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce the last session of the festival, opening the gateway to Ladakh, the victory at Zojila in the autumn of 1948. I'd like to invite on stage the panel for this session, Colonel Ajay Singh, Sagat Shonik, and Lieutenant General N.S. Brar, who will be moderating the session. Please come on stage. Ready to rock and roll? All right, good, yeah. Do you want to be... So ladies and gentlemen, opening the gateway to Ladakh, the victory at Zojila in the autumn of 1948, to discuss the famous battle that took place between India and Pakistan in Zojila Pass are Colonel Ajay Singh. Ajay is the author of 6 books, including A Spectrum of Modern Warfare and the Russia-Ukraine War, the Conflict and its Global Impact. His collection of short stories, namely The Final Draft, won the Rabindranath Tagore International Award for Art and Literature in 2021. Sagat Shonik. Sagat is a manager with one of India's big 4 consulting MNCs. He is an advisor in the social development, business strategy, CSR and sustainability, and military history projects. He is also a published researcher, author, and editor. The session will be moderated by Lieutenant General N.S. Brar, a gunner. General Brar is a veteran of the 1971 war. He was the GOC of 7 Infantry Division and 10 Corps. He served as Chief of Staff 14 Corps Leh and as Deputy Chief Integrated Defense Staff. He is a published author and prolific writer. I hand the stage to you, General Brar, to take it forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps like Zojila was the culmination of the J&K operations, I suppose this panel discussion also is a culmination of the LitFest discussions. We are privileged to have here with us today Mrs. Premila Puri, daughter of General Shri Nagesh, who was the co-commander during those operations. And of course, I'll be failing in my duty if I do not mention my former Corps Commander General Mao Shergill,
whose father was Commandant 7th Cavalry, which played a pivotal role in the Battle of Zojila. This panel discussion, we do not aim to lay too much stress on historical facts and so on, but more on some lesser known facets of this entire operation. One, it must be appreciated that there were 5 or 6 major actions during the J&K operations which were crucial to the long-term implications of J&K. If we start from the south, the first was the defense of Nowshera and the Battle of Tain Dhar. A single platoon of 27 men of one Rajput held off the enemy, and of course with direct firing on the forward slopes by 5 Bombay Mountain Battery and a battery of 11 Field Regiment. And when the counterattack by 3 Rajput reached the objective, there was one rifleman alone holding the enemy at bay, rest all had been killed. And at the end of the day, when it was all over, there were 963 counted casualties in front of the defenses. And that one lone defense, or that one lone battle, thereafter ensured that we captured Jangad, we captured Rajouri, we linked up with Poonch, and that entire area which forms part of India today was fundamentally based on this one single battle. Then of course is the siege of Poonch. We all are well aware of that, and what implications it had if it had been lost. Then coming on to across the valley, the landing by one Sikh on 27th October. Incidentally, pardon me if you think I am blowing the gunner's trumpet, but the first 2 companies which were landed was one of one Sikh and one composite company in rifle role formed by gunners of 13 Field Regiment. And this remained under command one Sikh till April 48. And they were the ones who were also manning the mountain guns which were flown in the subsequent days of the Patiala Mountain Battery. And that one landing and what followed after that, the Battle of Shalatang, again about 700 plus casualties counted at the battle site, and also up to Patan and Baramulla. On the same evening, we had retaken Patan, and the next day we were in Baramulla. Otherwise, the valley would have been lost. And of course, what we are talking about today is the Battle of Zojila. I rate that as the most crucial in the entire J&K operations. It was very nearly lost. By mid-48, the Pakis or the tribals had captured it. And 2 attempts in September had failed, called Operation Duck. When Karyappa said, rename it at Operation Bison and carry on. The actual battle details my colleagues will go over. But the fact is that like the D-Day landings on June 6, 44, the weather was touch and go. Snow was falling. Winters were around the corner. I think that was the last day. Beyond that, you would have had no scope to capture Zojila and go beyond. And if Zojila had not been captured, then Kargil, Dras, Leh, Chishul, Saichen would all have gone. Another aspect which is often not well understood is the outstanding contribution of the Indian Air Force. We had only one transport squadron, 12 squadron, which had only 3 Dakotas serviceable on 27th October when one Sikh was flown in. 3 Dakotas in the entire Indian Air Force, and 6 of them requisitioned from the civil. And they did shuttles over the next 2 days to put about 300 men at Srinagar. Then of course the landing in Poonch, the landing of guns in Poonch under fire, the makeshift runway at Leh, Mayor Singh's landing at Leh with a Dakota, unheard of before that in aviation history. And in the height of winters, a company of Dogras with engineer Norbu traversing the Zojila, going on up to Leh, constructing this airfield, enabling on 24th May 48 the landing of the initial part of the reinforcements and subsequent actions. So to my mind, these are very major achievements. And as far as the Indian Army is concerned, we were in the middle of partition. The units were in turmoil. Most of the subunits were being interchanged between the Muslim squadrons and companies and batteries between India and the Dogras and Sikhs and others from the other side. They were in transit. But I would say the saving grace was the Indian Army was a battle-hardened army which had been through Second World War. And it is to their credit that they were very quickly able to reorganize, regroup and react and do what they did. So all this cumulatively, perhaps the 48 operations need more appreciation and understanding than what we today generally attribute to, say, Operation Vijay or Kargil or whatever it is. Kargil I would rate as, not that I berate them, I would rate them as a subtext of what happened in 48. Now, like I said, the first attempts, 2 attempts to capture Zojila were unsuccessful. Winters were closing in, and when this issue of using tanks to force our way cropped up, 7th Cavalry had armored cars in the valley. They had been inducted earlier. In fact, a troop of armored cars of 7th Cav under Lieutenant David had played a very pivotal role in the Battle of Sheltang, inflicting very heavy casualties on the raiders. But to move these tanks, the Stuart tanks from Jammu to Srinagar was a major issue. The bridges were incapable of taking that weight. So the turrets, guns, whatever weight could be reduced were taken off. They were camouflaged, moved up, reassembled at Baltal at the base of Zojila, and then employed. And another major issue was that the track across Zojila was a mule track. There was no question of moving even vehicles leave-side tanks. And it was the Madras sappers under Major Thangaraj who over 30 odd days improved that track, widened it to take the tanks. And incidentally, to the credit of Madras sappers also is forging the Khardungla after 71 to link Leh with the other side, that is the Shok Valley, and to Thois and Saichel. They were the ones who created that jeepable road, later improved to a road. And those who want to go further back, it was the Madras sappers who primarily built the Coimbatore-Ooty railway line. The culverts, the bridges and all were all done by the Madras sappers. And thereafter, of course, the rail line was put through. So it is to their credit that they put this line through. Now coming to the actual Battle of Zojila, like I said, 2 attacks had failed. 77th Para Brigade under Brigadier Atal was now tasked to capture it. 7th Cav tanks had been moved. 5 Maratha, 1 5GR, 1 Patiala and 4 Rajput were the units available. A battery of 11 Field Regiment, J&K Mountain Battery, and 51 Parafield Battery of 17 Parafield Regiment. They were the 3 fire units available. And the most crucial aspect was, when all was said and done, the operation was planned on 23rd October. Bad weather, it was postponed to 30th morning, when all had assembled in the concentration area to commence the operation. It was overcast, snow, rain, very, very questionable. And when General Thamaya had assembled all the officers, he gave out the importance and he asked any questions, and a youngster got up with a suggestion that, sir, the weather is bad, track is very slippery, we are unlikely to make it, we'll suffer heavy casualties if we are bottled up over there, and so on and so forth. So I suggest we postpone it. Now there was a deadly silence all round. And then General Thamaya spoke up. He said the attack will go through. And then he asked 7th Cavalry, the Commandant, what's your view? He said, even if I lose half my squadron, we will go ahead. And the operation commenced at 10 o'clock. By afternoon, Zojila had been secured. Next day, they were in Gumri. And by 15 November, they were in Kargil. And then on, further on, to link up with the 2-8 Gurkha rifles from Leh. And that's how this entire area was secured. So, having given you this generalized background, I have some photographs, very few of them, about 4 or 5 of them, if they can be put up. Now, this is Charlie Squadron, 7th Cav at Zojila. Give you an idea what Zojila means. Hold on. Previous one. Pichla. This is the track. You can see the mules on it, which had to be improved to take on tanks. This is Tangaraj after the road was constructed. These are the Stuart tanks moving up to Zojila, the C Squadron at Zojila top. And you get an idea what Zojila means if you look at this picture today in summers. And translate this to a dirt track, winters round the corner, snow, sleet, rain, and all the associated hazards. And you will be able to appreciate what it meant to go ahead with the operation and to capture Zojila. Now I'll hand you over to my colleagues in the panel. They will go further into the details of the operations and some facets which may not be generally well known. Over to them. Thank you.
Being out here, it's a huge privilege speaking to you all on a subject which, as General Brar correctly brought out, was perhaps the most momentous battle fought by independent India. It not only shaped the history, it shaped the geography and perhaps the very future of India. And like we brought out in this presentation, it was not a battle of Zojila Pass. It was a battle for the very gateway and the very heart of Ladakh. And this, this is is Zojila Pass, taken in 2022. A beautiful looking pass now, which actually in Balti means the pass of blizzards. And it's a pass that lives up to its name. 11,553 feet at its highest point, surrounded by snow 6 months in a year, and by winds lashing for the rest of the year. And, next slide. This is the features of the pass. Chabutra, MMG Hill, Mukund Hill. 3 features through which now you can see there are army camp, but in October 1948, these were the 3 features occupied by the Pakistani raiders who dominated that road you see going through it. That road, of course, was not that way. This was the road. A solitary mule track leading from Srinagar to Leh, and the only approach from Kashmir towards Leh. Gentlemen, by blocking Zojila, the Pakistanis had blocked all of Ladakh. And we all know about the Pakistani invasion. So much has been told about the attack in Srinagar, in Jammu, which were repulsed barely in the nick of time. But the northern thrust, their thrust which came from Gilgit-Baltistan, was actually the one which attained most gains. Almost 40,000 square kilometers of land. Most of it barren, all right, but Indian land, which came all the way to Gilgit, Skardu. From there, they moved towards Kargil, Dras, Leh. Kargil was lost, Dras was lost, Leh was isolated, Skardu was held for months and finally succumbed. And when they captured Zojila Pass, they had cut off the entire route to Ladakh. The architects of this plan, gentlemen, to give the Pakistanis their due, it was honestly a brilliant plan. The manner they went about it and executed, well, you have to commend your adversary as well at times. And yes, they did it very, very well. The prime protagonists were 3 people. One was a Captain William Brown, the man, a British officer, who instigated the Gilgit and Chitral scouts under Subedar Sher Khan and Babar Khan to rise in revolt, and they were the ones who first raised the Pakistani flag in Gilgit without anybody in India even being aware of it. The scale of the importance they gave to that area is seen by the fact that the then DGMO Sher Khan, Brigadier Sher Khan, himself distributed arms to the tribesmen in Gilgit. And when they moved from Gilgit, they came across to Skardu, a beautiful resort with a lovely fortress in which the Dogra soldiers and the Hindu and Sikhs of the area took their refuge under Sher Bahadur Thapa. This garrison, gentlemen, held on till the 14th of August 1948. Cut off, isolated, no replenishments, nothing, till they finally succumbed. And when Skardu fell, the road to Leh was now open. The road to Leh and all of Ladakh. Leh held by just 1 platoon of state forces. Besieged, beleaguered, out of touch and out of communication. And to make it worse, the Pakistanis then launched their masterstroke. From Skardu, leaving a force to besiege Leh, they sent a force under Eskimo force, under Sher Khan, and a Major Gilani, who came down to capture Zojila Pass. That rugged mule track which we had shown you in my 3rd slide. They occupied it initially with a strength of less than 2 companies, and then they built it up to almost 2.5 battalions by the time they finished off. And not only did they capture the pass, they now held the gateway to Ladakh. With Leh in their hand, with Zozila in their hand, Dras fell virtually without a fight. Kargil fell without a fight. And Leh could have gone the same way. Had it not, it was isolated and besieged. Had it not been for a wonderfully gallant gentleman, Major Priti Chand of 2 Dogras, with a band of around 40 to 50 men, each of them carrying extra rifles, who volunteered to march from Srinagar to Leh in atrocious weather conditions, knee-deep snow, reached Leh. They formed a militia under Chewang Rinchen, a hero of Ladakh. And more than that, next slide. They also constructed a rudimentary airstrip there. They revived a World War II airstrip at Leh. And incidentally, the first Dakota that landed at that airstrip was flown by none other than the legendary Air Commodore Baba Meher Singh. And it had on board General P.C. Thamaya, the newly appointed GOC of the Srinagar division. The landing of the aircraft of the Dakotas enabled the flying in of a battalion into Leh, which could then hold down the raiders. But it was still a beleaguered position. And India, honestly, we were not even aware of the fact that Zozila had been so badly lost, because 2 relief columns moved towards Kargu and Leh. Both were massacred to the man. And much of the equipment they were carrying, the spare automatics, were used to beef up the Pakistani defenses. When we realized the scale of, I would say, the catastrophe facing us, a full-fledged battalion attack was launched by 77 Para Brigade on the night of 5th of 6th September. First, the battalion, it failed. The second attack on the 14th September, a brigade attack repulsed with heavy casualties. And then we finally decided, next slide please. We finally decided, it was then when General Karyappa in his conference, put on the volume. Was the voice of General Karyappa in that momentous decision to combat rock with steel. And the only way, how do you get those tanks up? They were at Akhnur, the tanks of 7th Light Cavalry, then commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Sparrow Shergill, sir. And it's an honor that we have his son here in the audience. It's an honor for me, sir, that you're watching this presentation. The tanks, he had moved the same day to Jammu and Akhnur, that the regiment was, and the tanks were being prepared for the move from Akhnur to Zozila. Through Srinagar, infested by a few thousand 4th, 5th columnists. So how do you get them? The turrets were removed, the hulls were put onto tanks and disguised as tanks, water tanks. The convoy moved at night. A curfew was imposed in Srinagar. The bridges along the route were strengthened till they finally crossed through it and reached a place called Baltar. Baltar, gentlemen, is on the Indian side of the Zozila Pass. And from Baltar, an 8-kilometer long track winds its way up to the base of the pass and then leaves a basin which I showed you in the first slide, which goes into Zozila Pass. The tanks moved up, and then the preparation of this particular road itself was done by Major Thangaraju, who converted that mule track into what is today also known as the Thangaraju Road. But in spite of the preparation, most of the tanks which went out there
and was postponed to the one day available, only one day, the 1st of November. Beyond that, on the 3rd, as the weather report said, the winters would have set in, it would have been blocked, forget the salt, no movement would have been possible. Here, you could see some of the actual footage. Can you put on this slide, this video, please? Here is the video. This footage of the first aborted attack. Ultimately, Cariapa's orders failed. Now, on the 1st, also, a pressure was building up. The ceasefire was also likely to come up. And on the 1st, when General Timaya assembled his troops for that last decisive attack, it was virtually a now or never moment. As the troops started falling into place, what you guessed it right, it began snowing. A heavy snowfall began. And the commanders looked up to him, what do we do next? They paused. One can imagine the dilemma in the commander's mind. And then he made that fateful decision, let's go. And the troops moved into position. The tanks moved up, took up position in the basin. Behind them were the troops of 4 Rajput, 15 Patiala, 1 Patiala, which later became 15 Punjab, and the Gurkhas. On the top of the pass, one more battalion was sent on an out. Hey, put on the volume, please. Put on the volume. Loud. Gentlemen, these were the final orders given by General Shergill to his command before the tanks moved up. And the tanks started driving. Moving up. Look at the snowfall meant that tank commanders were unable to see through their telescopes. It was freezing cold, and a small mistake in maneuvering the tank would have been disastrous. In these conditions, with a visibility of 30 yards, a snowstorm, our troops moved in for the attack. And when they went in, assembled in the basin, in the Gumri basin, with the infantry behind them, the assault began at 10 o'clock dot. 2 hours behind schedule, but it started. Could scarcely believe what the Indian army had managed to do. There's actual footage of the tanks blasting the bunkers inside the caves and the valleys. Pakistani Zojila sector commander had got onto his wireless unit to hail his superior officer. Sir, the Indians have got tanks on the Zojila. Tanks? Impossible. Tanks on the Zojila? Don't be foolish. Sir, these are tanks. Don't be stupid. I know those roads and the bridges, they are very weak. No tank could have crossed those bridges. Impossible. This was the kind of bewilderment that the Pakistanis faced. And when they blasted the positions with the infantry following up to take revenge on the failed assaults of the past months, the Pakistani defenders began leaving the position and climbing upwards. When they climbed upwards, they were pinned down by our forces who had come on the bridges, and by about 5 in the evening, they began surrendering literally in droves. By 5, the pass was in our hands, and you will now hear the success signal. What is it?
Hello, Victor 15 Victor. Victor 2 now clear of enemy MX-3 force. Destroyed enemy bunkers. 4 on the route of Lake, 2 on the Pandere. Entering Gopri Valley now. Victor 15 over.
So, after almost 8 months, success signal was finally given. It didn't stop there. we had a lot to catch up on. We continued mopping. Plate, please. Lagao.
By now, the Pakistani forces and the tribal forces under their command were clearly on the retreat. Bridges were being burnt.
Gentlemen, the mopping up finished the next day. But this was only the first part of the operation. Because beyond Zojila lay the ultimate objective of Leh. And to reach Leh, you had to go through Pandras, Dras, Kargil, and then beyond. It was a distance of almost 250 kilometers more. But based on that momentum of this attack, our troops moved forward. One Patiala captured Dras on the holy day of Gurpurab, on the 13th of November. On the 23rd, they moved forward and they recaptured Kargil. And the same day, a garrison platoon from Leh linked up with our advancing Indians, and the long siege of Leh was over. Leh, Ladakh was saved. Show that slide, please. This is the road they went from.
By the 23rd of November, less than a month after the move of Zojila, the Indian army was in Kargil. And a day later, the decisive breakthrough, a link-up with the garrison in Leh. The safety of Ladakh was now assured. The Indian army...
Gentlemen, the relief took place on 23rd and virtually not a day too soon. Because immediately after that, this is a link-up, this is actual photo of the link-up you're seeing. Immediately after that came the ceasefire. All this area came into our hands. This lovely area which we've all seen and we're all so proud about. And on the 31st of December, the ceasefire came about. Today, the ceasefire line runs along that green line you see out there which occupies the Pakistani. Look at the area north of it, Skardu, Gilgit, all in their hands. Had we not retaken Zojila by that one momentous decision to move tanks to 11,553 feet, the entire area up to the line I have marked in red would have been lost, including Leh, Kargil, Dras, Zojila, and virtually all the way to Sonmarg. We owe a lot, a great deal, to the men who went to those heights, fought out there, and recovered that area for us, gentlemen. We can do nothing but give them a small salute.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud privilege for me to be the last speaker at the LitFest today in a hall that is named after Major Somnath Sharma, the first Paramveer Chakra in the operations of 1947-48. I've put together a short presentation, and in the spirit of time, we have barely 15 minutes. So for me, it's going to be a little difficult to summarize last 15 years that I've spent visiting war veterans in their homes. They have welcomed me and shared their stories, past and present. And at the onset, I would like to say that the Indian Armed Forces is all about legacy. It's about your fathers, your brothers, and your sons. And in today's context, it's also your sisters, your mothers, and daughters. And so, I will start my presentation as soon as it comes on, but the opening will be a map. I have not covered much of the Indian Air Force, but I thought I should honor them. Their roundels display all the points occupied by the Indian Armed Forces. And I should start just very quickly running you through some of the family perspectives and building the story as I speak. So, as my panelists before me have said, the Indian Armed Forces had very capable officers who had proven their leadership in World War II. The story of Brigadier Thimaya, commanding 51 Infantry Brigade, taking over from a British officer, proving command of the Indian Army. All his COs became DSO awardees, which is equivalent to Mahavir Chakras in the British era. The same men later have a very prominent role in the operations of J&K. One small connection with this hall that you are sitting in is before Colonel Thimaya became the officiating brigade commander, he was commanding 8 by 19th Hyderabad Regiment. His adjutant was then Captain Somnath Sharma. The minute he became the officiating brigade commander, Captain Somnath Sharma became his DQ, and they had a long relationship that went forward into battle, leading to the posthumous Paramveer Chakra as well. So continues from there. This is the instrument of surrender. You can see August has been slashed out as October because the Maharaja of J&K was dilly-dallying which side he should go to. The minute he signed the dotted line, Indian Air Force and Air India airlifted our men, and the story is well known. But what I want to bring about is in the Battle of Badgam, everyone knows the Paramveer Chakra story. So I will not repeat that, but to live up to the last moments of Major Somnath Sharma, the last known communication with headquarters 161 Infantry Brigade was, I will not withdraw an inch, I will fight to the last man and last round. True to the commander's instruction, the company commander's instruction, Sipahi Devan Singh was the last man who picked up an MMG and kept firing so that the remnant crew of the survivors of D Company could withdraw. He was given a posthumous Mahavir Chakra. In this own story, in this fighting patrol was another company commander, Major H.S. Bolina. At that time he was a captain. He was told to take majority elements and withdraw them when the fighting got tough. In 1948 February he was awarded with the Veer Chakra, and his son later became a captain and was one of the first lot to go into Siachen in 1984. Some of these stories have been recounted by Paratrooper Himmat Singh, whose story I will conclude this presentation with. So, just the last point on the Battle of Srinagar, Major Somnath Sharma was born in Jammu and killed in action in Srinagar. That connects more with the hall that we are sitting in. Going forward, in the run-up to the Battle of Zojila, is a little backdrop of 50 Para Brigade. I will not get into the details, but the operational plans of 50 Para to go into Mirpur were rejected. Brigadier Paranjpe, who was on his way up, had wounded his leg, his ankle. He was evacuated. Brigadier Usman took over and earned a posthumous Mahavir Chakra. The entire communications of his brigade headquarters was being handled by the gunner OP at that time, Captain Lakshman Singh Lehel. Everybody attributes his Veer Chakra to the wound evacuation that he had in Zojila. And that's a quip. Every record of Battle of Zojila will tell you that the awards of Jhangad were always mixed with the awards of Zojila. And in some of the documentation I will also show you. General Lakshman Singh Lehel later went on to command 20 Infantry Division in Bangladesh. He is the liberator of the Northwest sector and wrote multiple books that are well read in the Indian Army. As I said earlier, the Army is all about legacy. If you go to 7th Cavalry, you will see the MVC and bar of Major Rajendra Singh Sparrow, You will also see the Veer Chakra and other medals of his son, Lieutenant General M.S. Shergill, and in our audience is his other son, Lieutenant General T.S. Shergill, who was mentioned in dispatches in 65 war. So the legacy of warfare and the legacy of heroism carries on in each family, and in a similar spirit I will show some more of them as well. The airdrop in Zojila and Ladakh and so on, which has already been mentioned, actually benefited from the aspects made by Air Commodore Meher Singh, which was then known as punching, flying very low, dumping supplies and reinforcing the beleaguered garrisons of our Indian Army. There's a larger story beyond that, I will not delve into it. But to credit of the Air Force, they reinforced us at each point. Going forward,
we will now come to Zojila and its eminence on the battles of Dras, Kargil and so on. Just a little context over here. Mid-June 1948, when Pakistan's strategies were all suffering, they decided to shift their focus to Gilgit and Ladakh. Brigadier Ghansara Singh of the Jammu and Kashmir State Forces was told to go as the governor of Gilgit, and there was a mutiny in Gilgit which has already been covered. So therefore, after that, the raiders under Major General Akbar Khan of the Pakistan Army decided to reinforce the raids at Gilgit and so on. And at that time, it was realized that the logistics at Leh would not hold out. However, on 19th August 1948, Colonel H.S. Parab, commanding 2th Gorkhas, was told to stick it out. After that, the long routes towards Leh would only be via Manali or on the traditional path from Srinagar, Baltal and Zojila onwards. A particular point being that this stretch is of 144 kilometers and the last stretch of just 4 kilometers is a steep incline from 9,000 feet going to 11,575. Our tanks had to negotiate each one of that. The orbat of this brigade, 77 Para Infantry Brigade, has already been covered, but there are certain elements that were not mentioned by my panelists, so I will just cover that MMG platoon of 1 Mahar, 711 supply section, the main dressing station of 83 Field Ambulance Company, as also number 4 surgical teams were also part of these operations, and I have tried to acknowledge some of them in the presentation going forward. So, as has been mentioned, 2 attacks on the 5th of September and 13th and 14th of September had failed. The operation at that time was called Ducks. Langar Gup says that we became sitting ducks. So, General Karyappa ordered that the operation be redesignated Operation Bison and you will charge like bulls. And thereafter, the objectives was recapture of Kargil, and therefore the importance of capturing Zojila and securing the pass is of eminence to all of us. General Shri Nagesh is noted to have said that bullet-swept slopes must be climbed, and that's the kind of leadership decision that was taken. On the way up, there is a ridge called Mukund Ridge, which has already been shown to you. It is named after Havaldar Mukund Singh, Mahavir Chakra of 1st Patiala. He held back 2 companies of raiders, and it's a very distinguished accomplishment. At this point, when we say that 2 attempts had already failed, there needs to be a disclaimer. Artillery and air support was fully available, but nothing could pull the entrenched enemy out, who had 3.7-inch howitzers, machine guns, mortars and all very well sighted, and the infantry had to use frontal as also outflanking maneuvers. Each one failed because of the support that was available to the entrenched enemy. At this point, Major General Thimaya, who we have already appreciated for his leadership in World War II, he recalled the effects of engineer crawler tractors that were used for similar stories in World War II, and thereafter he redesignated the operation as Operation Sparrow in tribute to the CEO of 7th Cavalry, and decided to send in the cavalry, but this time on tanks. So just to show you what Zojila looks like, this is the clearance that happens for your convoys to go through even today, and men stand at sub-zero temperatures guarding our borders. So as that was mentioned, to enable your logistics to go up in support of the infantry and armor being pushed in, 25-ton explosives were used by Major Thanga Raju, who built this road and which is being inaugurated by him. A particular case in point is that on 14th October, the last culvert was under enemy observation, heavy machine gun fire. Jamadar Thanga Velu of 13 Field Company took 4 men and dislodged the enemy over there as an engineer. And thereafter that activity, he was given a Veer Chakra. And followed by them, the road was declared open. Stealth was achieved by 16th October. And the road was named Thangaraj Road and stands till today. The D-Day was shifted to 31st October due to heavy snowfall, which has already been mentioned. For tanks to move up, it was expected that it would be sluggish, so therefore a lot of considerations had to be made. At this point, Major B.S. Gupta, commanding 51 Parafield battery, fetched up with 8 25-pounder guns, and it is for the first time that guns of such caliber have operated at dominating heights of 9,500 feet plus. This battery, which was originally the 9th Kabul Light Mountain Battery, traces back to 1779. It is known as the Khandani battery, And as Khandari, at that point, as even on date, it has produced a number of serving officers and men who continue to carry forward the legacy of their forebears. Colonel Gyan Singh, at that time, who was commanding 11th Field, was asked to raise a composite regiment, which included this new Khandani battery, as also the Jammu and Kashmir mountain battery, and they were the ones who would later prove very effective in the third operation that would be launched in Zojila. At this point, guns and tanks were loaded, armored cars were ready with fuel and ammunition on D-Day, that was 31st October. Major General Niranjan Khullar, the BM of 77 Para Brigade, has commented that it was so cold that even teetotalers asked for brandy under medical advice. So on screen is Risaldar, later Honorary Captain Kartar Singh, the second Veer Chakra and Bar of the Indian Army. He is the man who took 3 shots on his tank in Burma under 7th Cavalry. He was the second commander on the tanks that were of C Squadron 7 Cavalry that were going into Zojila. At this point, he's seen photographed with the Link troops, that was the rifle company of light tanks in those days. So after they move in and they are ready, the timing has changed from the midnight attack of 31st October and 1st November to 10 a.m. of 1st November. The weather gods smiled on General Thimaya. And at that point, then Major Sharak Dev Singh Jamwal, and today 97 years plus, pressed on C Squadron 7th Cavalry and neutralized all the bunkers in Zojila that were holding back our Indian Army. And as I said, there's a tradition of legacy and history. His father, Colonel Prasidh Singh, was mentioned in dispatches 30 years prior in a battle in East Africa, World War I. And the son got mentioned in dispatches in 1948. Similar stories for many others, but in the interest of time, I will just shorten that. But a common heritage that I share with him was that while searching for his citation, I found my own grandfather's citation, who was decorated in the Battle of Jangar, and very similar stories to all the other soldiers who were fighting there. CIH bailed out my grandfather's position, so just showing some of those actions as well. Just a stray comment out of going back towards Jangar is the fact that battles were finally fought by captains. So 4 Dogra had lost their CO, Colonel IJS Butalia. Then after that, this 2IC was evacuated, and finally the adjutant took over the battalion and JCOs commanded companies. So that's the effect of battles, and these were all men who had been trained and done operations throughout in World War II, so it was all very smooth for each one of them. And that's my grandfather's JCOs with him.
Sagat, the organizers are impatient.
Yes, sir.
So we wind up.
I will just conclude with a few points. Sitting over here is Colonel Veer Amol Singh, right over here next to the camera. His father, Brigadier Bhupinder Singh, was mentioned in dispatches in Zojila under commanding 30 Field Battery. And similar legacies that are lived forward. The son of General Pathania, who was at that time commanding the 1st 5th Gurkha Rifles. His son also commanded the battalion. Their photographs are displayed with a lot of pride, and there are oil paintings which show Gurkha soldiers following tanks of 7th Light Cavalry in their officers' mess. Similar stories. This is the family of Colonel Girdhari Singh, Veer Chakra, Military Cross and Bar. The father earned a Veer Chakra on the way to Cham, and thereafter he reinforced Zojila operations. Unfortunate for him, his son, 2nd Lieutenant Chhatrapati Singh, was one of the first casualties of 4 Rajput, his father's battalion, in the Battle of Sela in 1962. Today, the children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren are holding his medals and remember their legacy. Similarly, coming back to Paratrooper Himmat Singh, I just wanted to highlight the fact that a lot of sacrifice was given by our troops who came from the entire geography of our country, north, south, east, west, you name it. But this paper on his pension records showcases that he had a cerebral concussion, which was designated moderate so that he could be retained for para jumping. That's the kind of sacrifice our men continued to carry. He is now 96.5 years old. Off the topic, but very related, 19th Infantry Brigade, when Brigadier Yadunath Singh was evacuated for being shot in the leg by the enemy, and he was decorated with Mahavir Chakra, he was replaced by Brigadier Khanolkar. Brigadier Khanolkar is also very important in the story of Jammu and Kashmir because of the subsequent slides. Battle of Zojila commanded by Brigadier Kanhaiya Lal Atal. He earned the Mahavir Chakra for conduct of operations and effective leadership. But what is very interesting is that at that point of time, his brother, Major General Hira Lal Atal, was tasked to design the Indianized version of Gallantry Awards of India. So his brother was tasked with that responsibility and he got the MVC at Zojila that we are all talking about. That's his citation. I will not go through it. You can search it later.
Sagat,
yes, sir.
I think we need to call it off.
Sure, sir. Just the last point, sir. Small connections. The medal that was instituted in 1947 was designed by Mrs. Savitribai Khanolkar, wife of then Major General Vikram Ramji Khanolkar, 1st Indian Colonel of Sikh Regiment. All the Chakra series of Gallantry Awards, as also design inputs for the mentioned dispatches that were worn by all these officers, was given by her. Concluding, today tanks have been inducted in 1980s, medium tanks. The first officer to lead this was Lieutenant Colonel Rajinder Singh Jamwal, Sena Medal from 1971. He happens to be the nephew of Colonel Sharakdev Singh Jamwal, and thereafter history is so strange. These tanks were handed over to the Independent Squadron of 7th Cavalry, same tanks, and thereafter today this situation is very evident. You are already read the news, so I will not cover that. But our answer as a nation is the spirit of General Zorawar, who comes from this land, and the upcoming tanks to meet those expectations is also going to be named Zorawar. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you for the interesting facets. We need to wind up because the organizers need this place to be organized for the governor. But two very quick points I would like to mention. I had the good fortune of hosting General Lehel in Leh in 2005 when he had come for the Battle Honour Day of 11th Field Regiment. And over 2 or 3 days in the evening, he narrated his experiences starting from Cham, capture of Cham by 1 Patiala, defense of Taindhar, then moving up, thereafter the advance up to Titwal, and then he being pulled out and being part of the Zojila operations. He was an OP officer at Taindhar when Yadunath got his PVC. He got a VRC there. In practically, he had been through the entire J&K operations in some form or the other. And finally, he was wounded in Zojila and evacuated. Then I also had a very interesting Subedar serving with me, who was a signal operator in 47 in the J&K Mountain Battery, along with Captain Datta, the OP officer, who had been killed in the earlier 2 attacks which had failed. And he would narrate a lot of incidents and stories about this issue. And finally, the most important aspect of the criticality of capturing Zojila was that the UN had already intervened. The UN mission was in India. There was talk of ceasefire, and there was a lot of pressure to wind up the operations. And it was quite evident that if we do not capture Zojila now, and a ceasefire comes into effect, then the entire Ladakh region is gone. So that was another very, very critical issue which had to be accommodated to make sure that Zojila was captured. And with that, thank you very much for the patient hearing. We come to the end of our proceedings. Over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. क्या बात है, बहुत कमाल का session. A big hand for that. And we would now like to present mentors for the services rendered. Fantastic session. Really, really good. On behalf of the MLF committee, mementos for Colonel Ajay Singh, for Sagat Shonik, and a great big thank you to Lieutenant General N.S. Bragg. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the inconvenience. The hall is required for the security check before the governor comes here for the closing address. So please bear with us. You'll see dogs roaming around you. They are not strays. They are the trained police dogs. So it's your wish. You might like to vacate the hall and stand outside in the lawn, but do come in as soon as the security check is over. Thank you.